4 o'clock, so I'll ask everyone to take their seats and open our meeting. Just advise everyone present that there is a recording being made of the meeting. It is also being live streamed to the community channel. To all persons attending the meeting, I request that you are respectful of and considerate towards others attending the meeting. Language and conduct at the meeting that could be perceived as offensive, defamatory or threatening to a person attending the meeting or listening to the recording is not acceptable. And just for the purposes of the recording, if elected members could wait for myself as chair to announce them before speaking. And request that all mobile devices be turned off or put to silent. There is no apologies. We have a full house. And I'd like to start the meeting tonight by asking elected members to stand for a minute's silence for the victims of the terrorist attack against the Jewish community in Bondi yesterday. Elected members. Now I'd like to propose another response to this as part of our meeting that I hope elected members appreciate the gesture. So a number of Jewish community bodies have recently, or today, asked people to light a candle in memory of the victims of the attack at Bondi Beach that occurred during the Hanukkah celebration on Sunday, the 14th of December, and I understand that Prime Minister Albanese has also echoed this call for this action. So I'm inviting elected members to join me in lighting a candle at 6:47 p.m. this evening as a gesture of remembrance and solidarity following the terrorist attack and to show our support to the Jewish community. The attack occurred during a time that is meant to symbolise light and hope, and the Jewish community have made this call to ask all Australians to add a little extra light to this darkened world tonight. It is a poignant response to this act of hatred and violence. So what I'm proposing is that we will rise from our meeting, adjourn our meeting at about 6:40, and the staff have set up a table with 12 candles downstairs, and we will do that and light those candles, and I hope others will join me at that for that event at about 6:40. Thank you. Okay, so the confirmation of the minutes of our last meeting, which was the 24th of November, moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. It's carried unanimously. Are there any transfer of agenda items? There being none, move on to communications from the Chair. I don't have any tonight. Item 5 is notification of council workshops. Just noting we had a workshop on the 1st of December on the North Hobart Neighbourhood Plan, annual implementation update, and the proposed relocation of the Farmgate Market. And we also had a workshop on the 8th of December on the Cornelian Bay Track Management, the Dog Management Policy Review, and the 2026-27 annual plan and budget. Item 6 brings us to public question time. I think we have a couple of questions. Would you like to come forward and ask your question, please? Just introduce yourself as well.
It's me again. Can you hear me? Is that on?
Yes,
Is that on?
just speak up. It's more for the recording than for us. So if
Right.
you just, if you just...
All right. Can I just say thank you for that acknowledgement of Bondi. I'm an ex-Bondi girl myself, and I really appreciated that. My name is Sarah Callaghan. I'm a South Hobart resident and ratepayer. While the introduction of the new booking system is welcomed, the current allocation of South Hobart Oval to South Hobart Football Club is unreasonable and inconsistent with the Oval's role as a shared community space. Bookings currently show HSFC holding the Oval up to 7 days a week during the first 3 months of next year, including almost every weekend and after school hours. These bookings monopolise the prime times for community use. There is also evidence to date that the booking times have not been fully utilised. South Hobart Oval has operated as a community ground since 1888. It's widely used for informal recreation, family activities, children's play, dog exercise and emerging sports such as spikeball. With the increasing emphasis on outdoor activity for young people, particularly with the recent social media ban for under 16, unrestricted access to local open space is more important than ever. South Hobart Football Club already has sole use of Wellesley Oval, yet current bookings indicate limited use of that facility during the same period. I've given everybody a handout. My questions are, will the Council review the current booking allocations for the Oval against its open space, inclusion and community access objectives, including the reasonableness of both the frequency and duration of the bookings? Will the Council commit to guaranteed unbooked access times for the general community, particularly weekends, after school hours and school holidays, with priority given to informal community use rather than exclusive club bookings? When does the Council, as an aside, expect to finalise and adopt the updated dog management policy, and will it specifically address dog access arrangements at South Hobart? Thank you.
I'll hand over to the CEO to respond to those questions.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I'll start with the third question first. So officers have now obviously completed the engagement process that we needed to in accordance with the legislation and are working through those. We had a workshop with elected members a week or so ago, which the Lord Mayor just mentioned, which was to specifically look at some legal issues and unpack some changes and some difficulties through the actual development of the plan. So at this stage, it'll be February, we think, by the time we bring it back to council to fully consider it. And in doing that, questions 1 and 2 will be answered. So I think they will need to be taken on notice pending the outcome of 3.
Are there any other questions? Yes, would you like to come forward and just introduce yourself?
I'm speaking on behalf of my husband Malcolm, and I'm Rosalind Saltmarsh. We've been South Hobart residents for the last 53 years, and we love living in South Hobart. One reason is the wonderful sense of community. It is so special, and we consider ourselves very fortunate. Another main reason is the green areas within easy reach of our home. South Hobart Oval and Wellesley Park are very important to us for daily walks and for our sense of well-being, even though we are not dog owners. We are very distressed at the ongoing divisive behaviour of the South Hobart Football Club, which threatens our joy of living in South Hobart by demanding so much use of the South Hobart Oval to the exclusion of we members of the community. The South Hobart Football Club has taken things one step further now by block booking the South Hobart Oval for extensive periods, almost daily, over the next 3 months. What about the local children, families, dog walkers, and people like us seeking exercise? This just isn't fair. We don't want a war with anyone. We just want to enjoy our green spaces. There is no room in our community, South Hobart community, for such mean-spiritedness as...
Sorry, can you just get to your questions, please, Ms.
Yep.
Saltmarsh?
Questions. Do we as a community have to block book our green open spaces in order to use them? If so, can we as a community block book 3 months ahead? If so, when do the next bookings open and how much do we have to pay? If not, why not?
Oh, look, thanks, Lord Mayor. I mean, what I would say to that is the South Hobart, we all know that it's a unique circumstance that the council's working through. And again, I think my answer to the first question will be the answer to this question as well, in respect of council really needs to understand its future direction in terms of the dog management policy, and then those types of questions I think can be considered once the council has formed that final view with the dog management policy. So.
Any further questions? All right. Move on now to supplementary items. There are no supplementary items for our agenda. Item 8 is indications of conflicts of interest for any items. Would anyone like to declare any? I will declare one for number 11. If there's no others, we'll move on to petitions. I don't think there are any petitions. Item 10, so we're now moving on to the officer reports. Item 10 is the Hobart Housing Action Plan Council endorsement. Would someone like to move that? Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Any discussion? It's going out. Community consultation. Is there any discussion on that? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 11. Okay.
So item 11, the Salamanca Arts Centre request for sponsorship. Can I get somebody to move that, please? Moved by Councillor Posselt and seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Just open it up for discussion. Are there any comments, questions? No? Being none? Oh, yep, sure. Councillor Harvey.
Us being part of the request helps to strengthen the overall request for what they're asking for. And looking through the work that they've provided us, it looks like a fascinating opportunity. The breadth of it, I'm not quite across the whole project of it yet, but it looks like a very wise use of council money to support something that needs our support in order to leverage the other funds as well. So well done us.
Thank you. Any further comments? No, being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? No, carried unanimously. Thank you.
On to item 12, which is related to the Domain Tennis Centre. There's a recommendation, four-part recommendation. Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Any discussion? Alderman Bloomfield.
I just have a question. It says that we are to fund the works required as a result of this lease adjustment. Do we have any costing on that? I didn't see any costing.
Who'd like to take that question? Mr. Reeve, was it?
Lord Mayor will have to take that one on notice, I'm afraid.
So what question? Oh, so the cost of it is taken on notice? Is that right?
I'll just clarify. Where are you referring to? The cost of the actual
Recommendation number 4.
recommendation number 4. So, I mean that is more a governance question in terms of the. Actually, I was thinking what you were talking about is the funding of the resultant infrastructure, but the cost of actually undertaking the governance work would be relatively minor and met within our existing resources, Alderman. So.
Okay, any further discussion? Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question with regards to 6.1.1. The rent payable under the lease is $10 per annum. Is that correct?
Ms. Abbey or Mr. Who knows about leases? Mr. Holliday?
Yes, that is correct, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lohberger, sorry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to get up and thank the Tennis Centre for working with us on this. It's a very crucial little piece of car park. Of footpath. Anybody who's walked up there will know you have to walk out on the road and watch the driveway from the tennis centre at the same time. I think this is a great little addition to our road network that's obviously badly needed, and I just wanted to thank the Tennis Centre for being so amenable to our request. Thank you.
Councillor Harvey.
I haven't seen the details for this improved footway, improved pedestrian safety and things. Will this include lighting, or will this development come to us at a later point, showing what's going to happen on that space, in that space?
Attachment B, was it?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There is a general desire to have an uplift in terms of access ways and lighting in the domain, but any proposal for lighting specifically here would come separately to you.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no further discussion, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 13 is the Town Hall Open Day Post-Event Report. There is a recommendation moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Any discussion?
Yes, Lord Mayor, I think this is...
Alderman Zuko, sorry.
This is fantastic to open up the Town Hall. It's one of those times when the public get to see this beautiful building, and in particular all the work that was done in that building by the late Doon Kennedy to ensure that we have the chandeliers reinstated as they have been. I think that happened in 1992. I do have one little concern. I know this might sound that not so important to some people, but it is proposed in 311 that the open day be in September 2026 to coincide with the 160th anniversary of the Town Hall completion. I think that's great, but it could be that it's in the middle of the election period, and I think it would be totally inappropriate for that to happen. And I'm not just talking about the 12 elected members around this table, but I'm talking about any other potential candidates that are standing, right? It would be a detriment to any other person that's standing. So I'm going to move an amendment that should the election be held in October 2026 as proposed, the open day occur after the election. Should the election be deferred, because it potentially could be deferred, and if it's deferred for another 6 months or 12 months, it's happened in the past, I'm just making sure I'm covering all angles. Should the election be deferred for a period of at least 6 months, then it proceeds in September 2026. As I'm saying, the amount of people that come through here, no doubt, all of us around this table will be in attendance, but they are going to be candidates who will be disenfranchised. And I think it's only fair and reasonable that we don't have something like this during what could be the middle of the period of the election. I'll move that as an amendment.
Councillor Lohberger. Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I take a different lens on the open day occurring during an election period, and I agree with Alderman Zuko's global position on it, that it could impact and affect an election. This place is a place where civil decisions are made, public decisions are made for the good of the future for our community. And one thing that we know from state parliament, federal parliament, and indeed council when we look around the table is that incumbents have a natural advantage in all elections. What I'm suggesting is that rather than removing the open day from politics, why not include politics in the open day? So this could, Alderman Zuko, include something such as a Lord Mayor's debate and a Deputy Lord Mayor's debate. It could allow for an opportunity for any candidate to have a stand at the open day, to be able to explain to the people what they stand for and why they should vote for them. And that would be any candidate, which may give the opportunity for people with no profile to lift their profile a little and have some important conversations. It does reflect this place and what it actually does as more than an historic building. It reflects it in its contemporary nature, and it reflects the timing around an election. I would love personally to see more weight given to things like mayoral debates and deputy mayoral debates, so that the community can hear from their future leaders what their vision is for the city moving forward, rather than relying on existing relationships, existing profile, and whether or not you have the budget to advertise equally. So I think that it's a levelling the playing field opportunity, and that's why I won't be supporting your motion this evening, but I would give that idea to the elected members around the table to consider whether or not we want to open democracy further during our Town Hall Open Day, rather than removing it completely.
Well, now, I took it from the start it was a question to me, or wasn't it? Because that's the way I took it.
I've just
okay,
recorded
all right,
it as
just thought I'd clarify. Thank you.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Alderman Zuko, for bringing on that amendment. I'm happy to second it and support it. Look, I just wanted to say what a great event the Open Day was. I was one of the tour guides along with 3 other elected members. It was a real pleasure to be a part of it. It was quite chaotic, the tours. There were so many people here, and I'm interested in seeing how the afternoon tour people went, because I did the morning tours. I just want to thank the staff involved, and also Councillor Kelly for suggesting that we bring down the big machines, which were very popular out the front. And I particularly wanted to thank the staff who were involved in moving those machines, because I understand there was some significant issues that day due to wind, which we had a lot of around the time, and we had a fairly windy day that day. So just thank you to everybody involved. What a great idea it was, and I look forward to it happening next year on whichever date is determined. Thank you.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question. What's the rationale or the reason for choosing the month of September?
When the building opened.
Oh, okay, thank you. Well, I would, if that's the case, the building was open then, I think it is significant to have it. And those of us who are elected members, if you want to misuse that event or function, then I think we've got to be accountable for that ourselves. We have a policy already that during the election time we shouldn't be doing that. But the fact that we are elected members, as already Councillor Posselt have stated, it has that additional edge, as it were. And therefore, all of us who have come in the first time came with a disadvantage. And now we are in it, doesn't mean that we will now manipulate it and use it to our advantage. Hopefully, we are mature enough not to do that. But if it happens in the process, then it's part of human nature, these things to happen. The other point that I want to make, I think Councillor Posselt has thought outside the box. I didn't even think of that. And I think it's a very commendable way of looking at things. And I would support that. I think it's a brilliant idea. And to think outside the box instead of always thinking how we're going to manipulate the situation and the system for our advantage. And I think that's the contrary view that I have. And I think I would support the idea expressed so clearly by Councillor Posselt. Thank you.
Point of order, Lord Mayor, and I decided to wait for the point of order after the last speaker spoke. It's been stated that this is manipulating. My amendment had nothing to do with manipulating anything.
Okay.
I've put the amendment. I've been accused of potentially manipulating something. The intent was never to manipulate.
Councillor Dutta, would you mind
I
changing your
will
language
clarify.
there? That was
I didn't say that was going to be interpreted as, the amendment as manipulation. I said for us as elected members,
okay.
Yeah, not manipulating it.
Okay, so you're clarifying that you didn't.
That's right.
You didn't mean to.
Not at all.
Impugn that of Alderman Zuko.
Personal
okay.
clarification, Lord Mayor. The intent was not about just the 12 elected members. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment, Alderman Bloomfield?
I'd like to support this amendment very much. I note the point of the maturity of elected members not to do things. I think that's pretty tough to utilise that word, given we have such terrible times being able to conduct things appropriately in this room, and that we had the most prolifically awful election campaign to get in and elected last time. I would have no faith that there would be a maturity being displayed at that point in time. And I commend Alderman Zuko in his forethought to suggest that we need to pull politics out of this building. I was one of the people who also conducted tours, and I can promise you that no one gave any interest in who was what or anything like that. They weren't interested in us as elected members. They were interested in the building. They were interested in how the rooms came to play. There was modest interest in this room when it came to how things worked, but there was also disgust in how things worked. So I really don't see that as being a positive thing. And more to the point, there are always a number of debates occurring. The problem often is, however, that people often don't want to participate in them. So frankly, I feel that to make this part of the election campaign is very poor, and I absolutely am thrilled to think that other people in this room feel the same as I do about that and would move it away from such a thing.
Any further discussion? Can I just ask a question, if I can?
Excuse me, Lord Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question, Councillor Kelly. Thank you. Wanting to know whether our caretaker period, it is 6 weeks before the close of counting, is it?
3 months.
3 months. It's not that long, I don't think. It's about 6 weeks, I think. I just wonder. Yeah, I guess that was my question. Because the way I'm calculating it, I don't think this would fall within our caretaker period if it was held in early September. But that was CEO.
Look, provided if it were to be made available to candidates as an opportunity, provided it wasn't just for existing elected members and open to all candidates, then the caretaker policy wouldn't preclude the use of the building for electoral purposes. But again, that's so that wouldn't be a factor.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. I do support Alderman Zuko's amendment here. So far as having the Town Hall on a public open day for the purposes or to include election debates, I believe is absolutely totally inappropriate. It's not dignified, it's people who and I did one of the tours as well, as did other elected members here, Ben and Bloomfield. And I asked the question, so where are you guys from? And about half were tourists. And there was quite a few young people there as well, toddlers with the people and all that. So really, do you think that someone travelling from overseas would come and listen to potentially 44 people? There were 44 candidates for last election. 44 people get up and rant and rave about potholes and all the other little problems we have in the community or in our electorate. It's just so bad an idea, I believe, that no, it's not what an open day. An open day is about being proud of what we have here, which is one of the most brilliant assets in Tasmania. The machinery, as mentioned, it was a great vibe on the day. And to throw in a political debate with some of the behaviour that we see in such debates, sorry, it just doesn't cut it. And I would strongly recommend that that is not even considered any further beyond what's been discussed here today. I'd be very careful if I was other members too, using words such as manipulative with Councillor Zuko, Alderman Zuko's proposal here, or amendment. It's once again, it's not a good vibe.
Councillor Kelly, that had been withdrawn, so you didn't need to refer to that again.
It was a great day. Look forward to the next one. I support what Alderman Zuko is saying, but for a debate of hopefuls to come into a local government election is totally against the spirit of such a thing.
Any further discussion? Councillor Coates.
Look, just very quickly for the benefit of the room. So quite a few of us went around last term of council where we passed the election caretaker period policy, adopted 11th July 2022. And there's 3 objectives in that, but the main one that's relevant is objective B, which is council resources are not used to the advantage of a candidate in a local government general election. Now, in my mind, council resources are the building, you're not meant to put out stuff with, town hall, all that sort of thing in your social medias, and the ability to give tours and do all that stuff and be an elected member is clearly, I would view it as an advantage. And the other one, of course, the caretaker period here refers to section 269 of the Local Government Act, which is the 8th Saturday before closing day. The Electoral Commission is to cause notice of an election to be advertised in a daily newspaper. So, if you think about the polling period where they send the ballots out in October, but the 8th one is well forward in to the time. So look, I support the amendment. I think it makes sense. I can appreciate that potentially having political activity and debates and all this sort of thing is something that in the course of the election can happen, and we should encourage civic engagement, but doing that at a time of an open day, to my mind, is not the best form for that sort of activity either. So look, I think to be consistent with policy that was passed by this council, by council, we should support the amendment.
So any further discussion? I might just, I think I would have preferred us to say that this open day happened outside our caretaker period. We have a caretaker period for a reason, but we can't necessarily stop everything, including anniversary celebrations, and 160 years is, important milestone. And my calculations are that if we held it in early September, we would be well outside the caretaker period. So I would have preferred to say that staff work to ensure that the open day is as close as possible to the 160th anniversary of the building, but outside our caretaker period. And I think that would have been a practical compromise. Having it sort of 6 months after the anniversary, I sort of think, well, why bother? And I think, from my perspective, the event is about the place. I didn't even see, apart from a couple of tours, I don't think it really was a an event that heroed elected members at all. It was really very much about the building and the staff who did a whole range of things. So I think it's we've probably going a little bit of overkill to say it sort of has to be sort of so separate. I just think we've got to honour our caretaker policy, which still allows for a lot of things to happen, but it does. If we can, I think it would be reasonable to try and sit outside that. But if a date can be identified in September, before the caretaker period starts, we honour the building's anniversary and we do the right thing in terms of keeping clear of our caretaker policy. So for that reason, I won't support the amendment, but not because I've got any other ideas about the actual content of the open day.
Well, may I just ask a question? You made a statement that you said that 6 months after the event. Is that correct or incorrect?
6 months after the
160th?
The anniversary, yeah.
My amendment does not state 6 months after. It says immediately after the election. It should the election be deferred for 6 months, then it's deferred. Then we have it in September. My amendment was very clear that it happened immediately after the election, and should the election be deferred for 6 months, then it's held in September.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Zucker. I guess I'd just, thank you for the clarification. Can I just ask you a question though?
You may.
Or maybe it's probably not one the officers can immediately respond to, but I would consider potentially, Alderman Zucco, that November, it'd be sort of have to be in mid-November at the earliest, which I don't think is probably, it's a difficult time of year. There's a lot of other competing events, school fates, elected members. So yeah, that would be my only concern. Do you understand that concern?
Lord Mayor, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. All right. So let's vote on Alderman Zucco's amendment. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
And say no. No. Show of hands. All those in favour. Oops, sorry. All those in
favour. Alderman Zucco, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy.
And against?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Kitsos and the Mayor.
Okie doke. We'll go back now to this motion as amended. All those in favour say aye. Oh, does anyone want to speak on the motion about the open day generally?
Yeah, look, Lord Mayor, I do wish to. Because in that debate, it was good to see the debate go in regards to the amendment. I feel that I was here for the 150th, okay? Yep. And I was here for the one before that and the one before that. And I think Councillor Harvey was here for the one we had in the town hall. And we had an amazing time. We had egg and spoon races and everything. We really made it into a fun day. And to think that we could, have debates on what to me is a fun day on a celebration is not the way to go. I'm glad that the elected members supported that amendment, because it wasn't about me or the elected members in this chamber. It was about everybody that stood. And the last thing we want to do to anyone that comes in this building, other than to walk in here and enjoy it, because it's one of the most beautiful buildings in this state. It's up there. It's up there to my point of view. I was here when we went through a process, Lord Mayor, of repainting it. We spent, I think, about 1.4 million at the time, and I was here in every room watching the painters, and Councillor Harvey's looking how they actually slowly took back the paint to the original colours that we have in this building now, and you saw the layers and layers and layers of colours. This is a special building. This is an amazing building. And I think that, an open day is where we celebrate it with people, and hopefully maybe whoever's going to be around in 2026 might take it on board. Let's make it not just an open day where people walk around. Let's have some activities here where we can have some fun. I'd love to have another egg and spoon race and beat Councillor Harvey again. But no, I'm only joking. It's all right.
I can't do that, mate. Where did I finish?
Actually, we did have an accident that day, Lord Mayor. One of our staff broke her arm in another event. But anyway, what is what it is. It's all right. But anyway, Lord Mayor, I'm glad that the amendment has gone through, and I think this will be irrespective of whether it's going to be what date it's going to be on, it will still be a celebration of our 160 years.
Okay. Any other contributions on that discussion, on that item? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 14 is trees on private property. Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Any discussion?
Lord Mayor, sorry to take the time, but in reading this report, we held back to wait for Kingborough to develop their policy. Now we're just going to defer it, if that's correct, through you to the CEO? Or I read wrong?
No, we're seeking to bring it on.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. Well, sorry, I thought I'd read somewhere that we...
It was deferred originally.
Oh, we deferred it, that's right. Yeah, okay, sorry. I've got so much in my head at the moment. Yeah, Lord Mayor, I can't support it on the basis that I'd rather see what other councils are doing in particular councils like Kingborough, Glenorchy and Clarence. And I think this is one of those ones that should be going to the Greater Mayors Group and brought back and see what everyone says. I'm going to move an amendment that again it gets deferred back to the Greater Hobart Mayors Group. That strategic partnership, because I think it'd be great for the four major councils to develop something. So I'll move it to be deferred and a report come back when it's taken to that group. That's my amendment.
Seconded by, it's a procedural motion, deferral. Councillor Elliott. So because that's a procedural motion, I will put that immediately, that the proposal that be deferred to a different body to consider it initially. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour?
Favour, Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly. I think that's it.
Against?
Against. Councillor Dutta, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy, and I think the Mayor's hands up as well. So.
I think that lost, so we'll move on with discussion about the item. Any further discussion?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Harvey.
So look, I'm just going to have a look at the recommendation here. As the Kingborough Council has not progressed their draft trees on private property bylaw, Council resolves that officers proceed to prepare a report that addresses A, the current approaches being taken by similar councils around Australia to enhance the protection of trees on private property. This should include which local laws, policies and programs are reporting the most success in reducing the decline of tree cover on private land. And just as a question while I'm going through this, the loss of the 55 hectares of tree canopy loss in Hobart, much of that was on private land. Can we just get that confirmed?
Ms Abbey.
Yes, Lord Mayor, I confirm that's the case.
Okay, so this is a good first point. B, the benefits of council adopting a tree management local law policy modelling on those being used nationally that protect trees over a certain size or of a certain species on private and public property. That's terrific. So we're looking at a national standard here, what's happening elsewhere, so I really support that. C, contributing factors resulting in a loss of trees on private land the council may need to factor into its future decisions. That's really important. Happy with that. And the final one, D, the report consider mechanisms of council approval for tree removal on public land, and I think that's also a really important element of this. So there will still be opportunities to remove trees, but they will be guided by a set of mechanisms. So I'm really happy with the council proceeding to prepare a report that addressed those 4 elements of the recommendation.
I have a question, Lord Mayor, if I may.
Alderman Zuko.
Through you to either the CEO or the appropriate officer can answer it. Does the council currently have a significant trees policy?
Director Abbey.
Mayor, there is a significant trees part of the planning scheme. Yes.
And does that significant trees part of the planning scheme include private property?
Through you, Lord Mayor, yes it does.
Okay. This is my point, Lord Mayor. We already have a significant tree policy under the planning scheme, so trees are protected. This, to my point of view, is just going one step further in the intent to control people's private property. I cannot support it.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll just rise briefly on this matter. This is a reasonably standard way of approaching protection of trees in other jurisdictions, particularly across mainland councils. One of the things that we need to reflect upon when we're talking about trees is that the trees that there may be objections to being chopped down are trees that may have stood for more than 50 or 100 years. And these trees don't really belong to the individual who's owned the property for 10 or 15 years. They're an asset to the community. They're a carbon sink, they provide shade and habitat. They are an important asset to an entire neighbourhood. When a gum tree is chopped down in someone's backyard, it impacts on the 20 or 30 properties that can see it from their own backyards. These are not assets that are necessarily or should necessarily be considered as owned by individuals as opposed to owned by the community. So all this motion does from staff is ask that we look further into this and what controls we may be able to put in place to support the protection of significant trees and all trees in our municipality. As Councillor Harvey mentioned, we have a decrease in the urban canopy, and that decrease is being driven by clearing on private land. Now, the final element that I would say in response to Alderman Zuko's contribution is simply that the significant tree process is incredibly clunky. It comes to a group of 12 elected members who get to determine whether or not a willow or a date palm, 2 trees that were in our last tranche of significant tree applications, are indeed significant and worth keeping. Who am I to say that a date palm is or isn't significant? We should be protecting all trees, but that doesn't mean that trees can't be cut down when there's adequate reasons. You just need to go through a process with council to say, hey, I need to do this. I'm extending my house, I'm building a new house, we need to take out 4 trees. And council staff all over the country approve those applications without issue. It's just when people are clearing trees with no rationale other than they don't like it. For example, I recently had a neighbour of mine wish to trim a very large gum tree because it was obstructing their view to the sky. Now, that is the sort of rationale that is leading to trees being chopped down in our municipality, the view to the sky. So in that instance, I think that council officers may have something to say about chopping that tree down because it doesn't really have any grounding in the greater good. So all this report will return to us with more information from our expert staff for us to make a more considered decision. It's a move in the right direction. It simplifies the management of trees and it contemporises our policy. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I can appreciate the intent, but I think this is the wrong way that we're going around it. There was a point in time where we were aware that Kingborough were seeking to develop a policy, and I think rightly so, it's smart of us to say, well, and council endorsed a motion for council officers to, let's look at what Kingborough does and come back. Kingborough hasn't done anything, and in front of us now we have, there's a $20,000 proposal to investigate a specific private trees policy. But in the meantime, what's happened is we've actually progressed our own tree strategy. So I invite members, if they're not aware, and admittedly it's Councillor Kitsos and I, but we're in a Place and Wellbeing Committee where we talked about the Hobart Urban Tree Strategy, which is currently under development. And I'll just remind members, so we had a 2017 street tree strategy. We had a State of a Canopy report, 2017-2022 done, and we've also got the Growing Hobart's Urban Forest report. Now, that process is actually out for consultation, and we're moving from specifically a street tree policy to an urban tree strategy, which covers all facets. So, and the intent is clear, you know, the 40% urban tree canopy that we all talk about by 2046. And the community feedback and the development of this, which members of our committee happily sort of provided their insight as well, it is to identify new vision, themes and actions for the next 5 years for the urban tree strategy. So if we think that private trees should have a component to play, there's nothing stopping the council officers from doing it as part of this process. In fact, I would expect them to do it as part of this process. You know, I can appreciate there was a unique circumstance where Kingborough were taking an action, and so we gave a clear advice to council, well, see what Kingborough does and let's come back and look at it. But Kingborough hasn't done anything, but we ourselves are actually currently in this process now. We've got council officers who are partway through a consultation who are looking at our canopy cover and who are coming up with the next strategy for endorsement, and who've, you know, I conceive it. The initial stage is done. We've done the phase one. The community consultation closed earlier this year. It's now one of a draft strategy and engagement step. We had them present to the Place and Wellbeing Committee. You know, I think we run the risk of undermining our own processes here. I can appreciate very much that, you know, we had this little task with Kingborough, that didn't happen. It's now come back to us. Let's spend 20 grand and do it ourselves. But I'm much more excited about the overall strategy that's going to get us to that 40% cover. I'm more excited about the new, when this work is done, the Hobart Urban Tree Strategy, and allowing that process to come forward with its ideas, the new vision, the new themes and new actions for the next 5 years for the Urban Tree Strategy. Look, you know, we had a street tree one back in 2017. Council officers are now in the process. The community has been engaged. It was on the Your Say Hobart. We've had members of our committee engage with this process. I think we are being a little bit mischievous to those members of the community, but engaged in this. If we now just say, oh look, we're going to do this one little specific thing over here now, and so look, I just think there's no specific urgency to this right now. We've got a process in place which I think is being run properly, and I have all faith that council officers will do it well. And I look forward when the new Hobart Urban Tree Strategy is in place, and I think we should just let that process go forward, and I find myself having to vote this one down.
Any further discussion, Councillor Elliott?
Yes, thank you. Well, I think this is example number 4,672 as to why this council has a bad name. Because most people are actually old-fashioned like me and believe that the private owner, the person who pays the mortgage, is the owner of the tree on their property, not their neighbour, and certainly not this council. So I wholly disagree with the whole premise and believe in the freedom and responsibility in private property ownership. If anything, I think this sort of approach does more to deter private property owners from firstly planting new trees on their property. Why would they plant something when the council's just kind of come along and then control it, and they'll have to apply for permits and timeframes to take a limb out or whatever it is, even though they pay the mortgage. It will also it'll encourage people to take action on this tree now. And for anyone listening, if you want to remove your tree and it's not a significant tree register, get in now, because this council wants to control that too. I wholly don't approve with the approach that it is reasonable for someone who owns a tree on their property to have to go through a planning process and have it considered by officers. They can't just take the limb down on the Saturday. They have to go through the rigmarole. This level of micromanagement and lack of respect for individual private property is just going way too far, in my opinion. If the council wants more trees, which I agree, trees are a good thing, the council can plant plant more trees. Let's do that on council land. Stop micromanaging other people's property. And if a neighbour wants to control a tree on your property, the neighbour can make an offer on your property and be the full owner of the tree. I actually will like to move an amendment that, actually I might have to make it as a foreshadowed motion, if this motion fails, that the $20,000 budget on legal advice on micromanaging other people's trees is instead spent on the council planting new trees on the council property.
We don't need a second for that at this stage. That's just foreshadowed for people to understand.
Can I ask a question through you to the appropriate officer? What's the intent of the bylaw? Why would we ever think of preventing someone from removing trees on their land? I've got some examples, but I've spoken already.
Who would like to respond to that? Bylaws.
Understanding from a number of planning applications that have been presented to the planning committee is that elected members have had some frustration that the planning scheme doesn't provide sufficient controls to prevent the removal of vegetation, of trees in particular, that aren't classified as significant trees.
And further question, when we talk about significant trees, we're not talking about necessarily the trees on the significant tree register. We're talking about another tranche of trees that have certain values within someone's property. Is that correct?
Through you, Lord Mayor, the phrase significant trees is commonly used in relation to the Significant Trees Code, or it's now actually incorporated into the Local Heritage Code. I guess it could have a looser connotation to talk about other trees if elected members so desired.
Just a question, please.
Councillor Elliott.
Can I just get some clarity on the significant trees and the really significant trees, because I'm not clear on that.
I think some of that will be in the report, Councillor Elliott, but did you want to...
I need that information in order to vote.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So the significant trees controls in the planning scheme identify individual trees. There's a process we go through to understand what they consider to be significant trees, and then they are assessed and, if appropriate, incorporated into the planning scheme through a formal process based on their significance to the community, I guess.
Okay, further discussion? Councillor Kelly.
Just when we've got a government here trying to reduce red tape and passing laws and legislation, same with the federal government, and all we read about now is how red tape is stymieing this whole development of our economy, socially and economically. And here we are, we've got people here trying to introduce yet another layer of complication for people to have to go through some portal that only half works and doesn't, tying up council officers' times with more reports, rights they've got to doing, journeys to meet people in the yards and look at trees. There's already a system there. If people want to partake in that, they can. If they don't have to, where does our control stop over the ratepayers of Hobart? Once again, it's outreaching and it's stymieing everything. You can't do this, you can't do that, and now, and for someone, sure, there's always going to be some example someone can pull up and say, oh, that was a bad thing. But I guarantee for every one tree that might be taken away incorrectly, there's a lot more being planted for it. That's just the way it rolls. If we're to progress maturely as a independent type of community that doesn't need the overreach and control, this absolute control that certain elected members want to extend over to the ratepayers of Hobart. To use an excuse, just because someone lives in a nice leafy elite suburb of Hobart and they know a person who's got a tree that they might want to get more sunlight through, and really? Is that the best? Is that the best we can do, to sit here and spend this time, tie up officers' times writing reports, because one individual's got a little, that's the best that person can put through to say this isn't going to work. Well, I think we can do better than that. So I too want to support that as well. Thank you.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question with regards to the resolution of the 29th of April 2024 with regards to this matter. It is my understanding that that resolution stated that no legal advice is to be sought until the matter is finalised. So the fact that we are seeking legal advice and going to pay $20,000, how would that then contradict that resolution that we already have?
CEO.
Thanks. Look, that's the very reason why this report's on the agenda, is the council sought to apply that level of control around our expenditure, which was fine. But it means that in order to progress the motion, should that be the will of the council, then we need this decision to be able to expend the legal, to be able to use the legal expenditure.
Any further discussion? Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'm really surprised by this debate tonight. I thought that this was an absolute no-brainer, that we would just get approved unanimously, because really what we're being asked to do is to approve a process of gaining more information around this before we then form a council position on it or endorse it. So we've done this with, I mean, we do this with most things at every meeting that we sit down together to make these decisions. I think, you know, it's really important to note that this will tell us what other councils are doing, but I know that this is stock standard stuff. This is not micromanagement or controlling. This is, most councils say if your tree is yay big and yay wide and has this much canopy, you can't take it down without telling us, because we need to know about that for a variety of different reasons. It's just like if you want to dig a trench for a new stormwater drain or put in a pond or add a swimming pool, you have to tell the council. It's one of our core roles. So I am really supportive of this motion. I think it's really important work. I'm really glad that officers and our CEO has taken the initiative to note that Kinborough haven't been progressing this issue, and that we're showing initiative in progressing it ourselves to get all of this relevant information so that it can then come back to council and we can critique it and look to vote which way the evidence demonstrates. Thank you.
I have a question, Lord Mayor, if I may.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, through you to the CEO. If this motion passes tonight, is it proposed that we're going to have $20,000 into the 25-26 budget to proceed with this particular motion?
CEO.
Yeah, so that's what the proposal is, yeah. So legal advice will be obtained externally, and that's the anticipated cost. So.
Any further discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Question. Does the community need to apply for approval to put in a pond? Is that seriously a thing?
Ms Abey? I don't... It's probably how big?
I would take that one on notice. I don't think so. I don't. A pond, what is a pond? That's a difficult question to answer, Lord Mayor.
Not all ponds are the same.
All right, any further discussion on this motion? Being none. I might say...
Sorry.
Oh, Councillor Dotter.
No, my reservation was with the resolution that we passed on the 29th of April, and it was conditioned, I think, with regards to the Kinborough Council, and also no legal expenses should be, money should be used for legal advice. Now, having asked the question and given the clarity from the CEO, I quite understand why this is before us now, for that very reason, so that we can make a decision considering the fact that Kinborough is not going ahead, and then we'll have to spend the $20,000. Now, for all of us, I think we realize, how trees are so important. And we're not going to control every tree in private homes. I don't think that is the issue here. If that was the issue, then I would have voted with the others, that it's true. I think we are controlling and micromanaging, but I think it is contrary to micromanaging. It is not that. To bring that argument to justify, to say we're not going to do it, is for me is rather weak, because it's not saying that. What it's saying here for me is that there are private properties who do cut the trees down, and it is quite significant. And because it is so significant, we need to look at it. And the report will tell us, that's the whole basis of it. What is the report going to say based on facts and objective facts and evidence, then we can make the decision. So I'm happy to go along with that, based on that the report will come, giving us the facts and evidence to make the decision. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much, Lord Mayor. I was a little bit perplexed, I suppose, by some of the commentary. I'm just going to be really quick. And, it says there at 3.4,
that it's necessary for council to resolve that officers proceed with TUS A to D. I just want to read what TUS A to D are. The current approach is being taken by similar councils around Australia to enhance the protection of trees on private property. This should include which local laws, policies and programs are reporting the most success in reducing the decline of tree cover on private land. That's what we're requesting. The other request is B, the benefits of council adopting a tree management local law or policy modelled on those being used nationally that protect trees over a certain size or of a certain species on private and public property. Another request, C, contributing factors resulting in loss of trees on private land that council may need to factor into future decisions. Another council request, D, the report considers mechanisms of council approval for tree removal on public land. I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Question, if I may. The Kingborough Council, who hasn't progressed their draft trees on private property bylaw, has anyone asked the Kingborough Council why that hasn't happened?
Through you, Lord Mayor, I have not spoken to any representatives of Kingborough. I suspect they may be waiting for their new planning scheme to be resolved potentially before they address.
Oh. Actually, the CEO's got a response.
Look, it came down to priorities. They're flat out, and they had to prioritise where their workflow needed to go, and so they decided not to progress that because they've basically got too much on their plate at the moment.
Yeah, perhaps that could be our exact case as
Sorry,
well. We've got
question, Councillor.
It's
Question, Councillor Kelly.
No more questions, thank you, Chair.
All right. Any other discussion? I did want to just speak to this because I think I might have originally, a long time ago, about 2015, done a similar motion looking for how council should protect trees on private property. And just in doing, I did a bit of background research as part of the rationale for that motion, and that was just for a report, and I'm pretty sure it was supported unanimously by the council back there in 2015, because we were, curious about staying in touch with modern local government practice. But when I did a little bit of research, I was actually kind of shocked how many very, not inner city councils all over, inner city, suburbs, rural areas in Queensland, New South Wales, all sorts of parts of Australia, there are local tree laws that identify a process that if you do want to remove a tree, and it is trees that are defined by either a particular rare or endangered species, or have got a particular size at a particular height, so very sort of particular things. This was so common all around Australia, like really, really common. And I think it's important as the capital city for us to stay in touch with modern practice. I mean, someone I think said, that they might be old-fashioned, but I think what we might find through this report is that, yes, indeed, we are a bit old-fashioned in our approach to this, and it's useful for us to stay contemporary, get the information that we need. Because I do think that the significant tree register process is a rather old-fashioned process and is rather, for those of you interested in the efficiency of council business, the complexity of sending an arborist out to assess every significant tree nomination is very complex, and they have to write up a report, whereas this would simply put some rules in, and the rules would say if you want to remove a tree and it's got these characteristics, you come to council. If you don't, no worries. So it really just takes out a lot of the red tape and the kind of complexity of the significant tree register process. So I just wanted to say that I think this report will be useful. It is about getting contemporary advice and ensuring that we are staying in touch with modern practice in local government around the country. Okay, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Hands, all those in favour?
Favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kelly.
Okay, we'll move on to item 16, which is, 15, which is the multi-storey car parks operating hours 6-monthly review. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by... Seconder for this one, Councillor Dutta. You happy to second it?
Yeah. Mayor,
Alderman Zuko.
Just wanted to make the point where I did see the word defer. It was actually this item here. That's where I confused myself on the deferral. So,
Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Start with a question, if I might. The report that's coming to us in about 12 months, the future state of parking, detailed work that's happening, will that actually address this issue of opening Argyle Street car park for 24 hours in detail?
Mr. Artup, I think.
Through you, Lord Mayor, yes, the work we're doing on the future state of car parking will look at all those types of options going forward. So look at technology and other improvements we can make to make more informed decisions about keeping the car park open 24 hours or not.
Thank you. Look, I think the information that we've been provided with tonight is good for a 6-monthly update, but I think it's only a piece of the puzzle that we're missing this more detailed report and analysis that is coming to us in about 12 months. Because I think, these are one of Council's biggest assets, and we need to fully understand the picture about how it works, how it interacts with our on-street parking, our off-street parking, our private operators, who's operating 24 hours, who's using 24 hours. I do think there's a lot to this, and my concern is moving this through tonight without discussing it at workshop, is that what I can see, or my understanding of the information in front of me, is that the Argyle Street car park generated so far this financial year, and we're only halfway through, something to the tune of $1.8 million ahead of what we thought it would actually earn this financial year. So that's not total profits, that's over and above expected profits. And from what we're hearing here about the costs of moving Argyle Street to 24 hours, it's less than 400,000, $172,405 for one staff position and $200,557 for another staff position. So obviously not small costs to the council, but were worthy of discussion among elected members, but are fairly insignificant compared to the additional profit that we've made on this particular asset this financial year. So my thinking is, do we want to wait another 12 months to hear if this is possible to open it up 24 hours, or do we want to use some of that additional revenue raised to also trial a 24-hour opening period? I guess the main rationale for my thinking is that the hospital operates 24/7, and we've chosen to maintain a hospital within a CBD of a capital city, which is a hard thing to do in terms of access and parking, and our healthcare professionals, as well as 24-hour access to ED. It's actually one of the closest places that you can park if you're there to assist someone in ED, etc., etc. So, what I'm wondering in our role as council is not only to turn a profit from this particular asset, but could we actually use this as a community service to better support the functions of the hospital by allowing people to park there 24 hours. I don't know what the financial implications will be. I think there'll be some use of it. We know what it's going to cost us to trial it, but I do think this particular report, noting that it's only a 6-month review and this bigger body of work is coming to us in 12 months, doesn't particularly, it doesn't go and survey the industry around in the nighttime economy that's open 24 hours that might want to use that facility. I think there's a lot more that we need to understand about that. It does reference anecdotally that the earlier opening time in the morning has allowed shift workers to come back and get their cars, but they are closed in overnight, which you know, personally, if I was on shift overnight, I'd have to think about whether I wanted my car locked in there overnight, should I need to actually access it during the evening for some unforeseen circumstance. So although that extra opening hour, half hour in the morning is beneficial, I think we can do more to support our nighttime economy. And, you know, as a capital city, we should really have 24-hour car parking options. So with all that, that rationale, I'd like to propose that we move this back to workshop so we can discuss this prior to that additional information if it's not coming to us for another 12 months.
Seconder for that deferral motion, Councillor Alderman Bloomfield. There's no discussion, but I think the CEO, did you want to say a couple of things?
Look, I would clarify. The report talks about the state of the parking report coming over the next 24 months. So it's large. There's a lot of it's completed. So it'll be coming to a workshop in February, I believe. And a fair bit of the challenge around this issue is around the technology that we use, or lack of technology that we use. The ability to be able to do what it is that you're seeking will certainly be part of that February workshop. But again, it's obviously prerogative of council. I just wanted to be clear that it was not 12 months away.
That probably just fits in with this time frame.
I just wanted to ask a quick question about the CEO's contribution there. If we do defer this tonight, will it go to the same workshop?
Look, well, we're looking at the same thing in terms of the ability, in terms of the technology that we're using to have better use of our parking assets, including our multi-stories. So yeah, it certainly could.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's a deferral motion to a workshop in February, moved by Councillor Kitzel, second by Councillor Alderman Bloomfield. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. That's carried unanimously. Item 16 is... we're at the motions already. Motion by Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. That's right, it's the Flying for Climate motion.
I'll second it.
So firstly, before my time starts, I just have a few questions first of all. I just have a question through you, Chair, to the relevant officer around Section 27 of the Local Government Act, which talks about the Mayor's functions. I was just wondering how that section, particularly Section F, I think it is from memory, fits in with the issue at hand, which is international travel related to climate. So it's Section 27. Section 27F of the Local Government Act, functions of mayors and deputy mayors. And Section F reads that the functions of the mayor are to represent the council on regional organisations and at intergovernmental forums at regional, state and federal levels. There's no mention of international there. I was just wondering how that fits.
Mr Young.
I think you could say that federal implies a level of overlap with international, but I take your point because I'm reading the same text verbatim, Councillor Elliott.
Yeah, thank you. Another question I have is around, last meeting I asked for, it was taken on notice around the attendance of staff at Flying for Climate events. And I was just wondering if I could have some information from the officers on what level of staff participation has there been in international climate-related events, perhaps just in this year and the last couple of years?
At that on notice, Councillor Elliott. We've still got it on notice to respond to you.
Okay. The relevant directors wouldn't know off the top of their head what staff have been overseas?
I would probably say none, but except maybe one. Yeah.
So one, but not none. None.
I
one
think
and none
one.
are different.
Yeah, I think one.
Okay. So.
But not paid for by the council, right. Paid for by the donor.
Are you able to answer the question more comprehensively?
The staff would like to take it on notice. I don't want to jump in, but it's around that sort of amount, yeah. One.
Okay, thank you.
Not paid for by the ratepayers or by council.
So one trip for one staff member. Right. Okay. And
it
just...
will be taken on notice just in case I've erred in that, but yeah.
Thank you. And just a question, please, around the protocols that when the Lord Mayor title is used or is not used. Just a question through you, Chair, to the relevant person around... My understanding was that the Lord Mayor title is used when the elected member is acting as in the Lord Mayor role and representing the council, rather than as an individual. So, for example, Councillor Anna Reynolds as an individual councillor, and Lord Mayor when you're representing the council. Is that correct?
Mr Young might like to respond.
Yes, I think, and it overlaps with the provisions of the Act that talk about the Mayor as the spokesperson, as the councillor, as the spokesperson of the council. So when they're speaking as the Mayor, they're speaking as the leader of the organisation, as the Mayor. But when they're Councillor X, they're expressing potentially a personal view, and they need to make that distinguishing between the two.
Thank you.
I would just add, I mean, in terms of the spokesman of the council, I mean, the person elected to the Lord Mayor is able to be referred to as the Lord Mayor. It's just about the communications and making sure if they're speaking for the organisation, the council, or personally as the elected member. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this motion, it basically seeks to create a policy in that when there's international travel, that it is for any elected member, including the Lord Mayor, that it is approved by this council in advance, and that a report comes back which basically talks about the practical benefit of that policy and why that outcome wouldn't have been achieved electronically. The same for staff, that if there is staff flying internationally to save the planet through climate change, that a report comes back to council around why that wasn't able to be done electronically and the practical benefits. And it also puts forward a position that our preference is to engage in conversation and to share information and knowledge in electronic way, because it is 2025 and we connect electronically all day, pretty much every day. And whilst I have no concerns at all with exploring the country and other cultures and learning, there is a stark hypocrisy that I think comes out when we are literally flying and generating massive carbon emissions under the guise of saving the planet. And I put out only recently and did some rough sums around the sort of emissions that come out, but we're talking tonnes and tonnes of emissions on international trips. And Cairo wasn't on this list, that was accidentally forgotten off the list last meeting. And it's at least 13 international trips back and forward all over the globe saving the planet from climate change. Air travel is, I think it's the biggest emitter of not only, of all sorts of things, particles and carbon dioxide. And I have been on this council admittedly only 3 years, but I've never, ever seen a report back from any of these international or national trips saying that I flew over here and I represented the council and this is what I learnt and this is the practical impact. I've never seen any tangible flow through of the outcomes of this. It feels to me like it is more around resume building for an individual rather than around the collective good of the council and the community. And certainly virtue signalling is the word that comes around. It's a climate change talk fest in a lot of people's eyes. I mean, the COP events are getting more and more criticised for their climate sort of tourism and virtue signalling. For example, kilometres of the Amazon rainforest being desecrated for the last COP event in Rio de Janeiro. And I asked the question around when the Lord Mayor title isn't used, because if the Lord Mayor title is being used, then they're representing the council. That reflects on all of us. Flying for Climate and the hypocrisy of that reflects on all of us.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Thank you. The question was just answered differently to the way that Councillor Elliott is portraying it. She's misleading the chamber because she's just been told that the Lord Mayor title is your title when you can use it whenever it sees fit, and she's saying that you cannot do that.
Point of order.
Yeah, I think Councillor Elliott, I'll let that go. Councillor Elliott is entitled to ignore advice, I guess, if she wants to.
Not ignoring advice, it was part of the advice was in there.
Interpreting it your particular way.
Yep, that's right. And not a point of order again. So where was I? The report, the admin response on this suggesting that we need a policy is also incorrect where it says that no ratepayer funds have been used for climate travel, because in the last month's agenda there were indeed costs to ratepayers in that extensive list of flying for climate travel. So I just want that corrected. And I don't I personally do not think that this hypocrisy can be justified with buzzwords like securing partnerships, enhancing reputation and the climate action agenda. Like I said, this comes back to seeing where's the practical benefit to showing that there's tangible outcomes of these junkets and how we could possibly justify these they're massive emissions. Just a further question around the emissions. Has all of the travel been economy or business to you, Lord Mayor? Is it economy class?
It's a mix.
Oh, right, interesting. Okay, well, obviously anything up from economy increases the emissions quite significantly. Okay, it's even worse than I thought. In terms of the practical benefit, I know there'll be talk about the Bloomberg Climate Youth Fund, which has been taken credit for that this Flying Internationally has created that partnership. But looking through the list of grant recipients, there's a lot of festivals and the odd workshop, but there is no way on earth that the outcomes of what those grant recipients have produced through that money has anywhere near offset the emissions of flying around the globe. So personally, I find it embarrassing that the Hobart City Council's name is being used on the international stage for complete hypocrisy. And I'll ask for 3 minutes, please.
Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Councillor Posselt. All those in favour say aye, against say no.
So as I said, I find the hypocrisy that's attached to the council that I'm part of incredibly embarrassing. I'm not seeing any tangible outcomes. It's 2025. We have electronic means at our disposal, which I think the council would be very wise to make a position on, that that's our preferred approach. And when there are exceptional circumstances and it's justified, that there's a paper to come to council and the council approves it and a report comes back, just like we do with other professional development. I also find it interesting that the funder of a lot of these international flights to New York, Cairo, Dubai, Seoul twice, I understand once was to collect a certificate, Paris, as well as all the interstate travel, was the former Lord Mayor of New York, who had the legislation changed. So instead of doing 2 terms as New York, he changed the law so he could do 3 terms, who's also a massive capitalist, an American billionaire, who has a history of sexist comments and sexual harassment. I find it really perplexing that the council that appears to be so enlightened would be so eager to take millions and millions of dollars, well, not this council in particular, but substantial amounts of money from this American billionaire. It seems really out of keeping with the qualities and values that this council seems to espouse. One other thing, I have a final question, please, relates to the funding of the Flying for Climate activities. Through you, Chair, what's the situation with the disclosure requirements around when Bloomberg or C40 Cities or whatever it's branded at the time, are they donations, gifts and benefits, or gifts and donations for the purpose of the regulations? Through you, Chair.
I'm not sure to answer that.
So the Act defines a gift or benefit of any of something of greater or equal to $50 of value that is provided to a councillor.
Thank you. So on here we have lists of 8,000, 2,000, 3,000, 6,000. Significant, a lot of money here. Some of these don't even have costs, which I have to look up. And just a question for you, Lord Mayor, have you disclosed these gifts and benefits?
They are disclosed on the council's website as part of the travel register.
Okay. They're not on the gifts and benefits register,
That's
though,
never
are they?
been. The officers have always put them on that, and I presume that's what has been seen as appropriate because it's a disclosure. So.
Okay. Other than the Cairo trip to Egypt, because that wasn't on the travel register.
That wasn't. Yeah, I think that was an administrative error. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So in summary, I hope that the elected members will see that this is essentially creating a policy, and the policy will come back to us for approval. But the 3 core principles of the policy are outlined there. And I would say that it really is, it might be a difficult question for some of you in terms of, you might understand the hypocrisy of it, but feel some sort of allegiance But I encourage you, especially the people who declare that they care so much about the environment and the climate, to actually think about this policy and the actual tangible benefits of flying for climate internationally versus the tangible outcomes, what it actually does for us as a council and what it actually does for the climate.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, as a supporter of meaningful climate action, I'm quite disappointed with this motion, just for a couple of reasons. The first is that it clearly targets the Lord Mayor. Now, forgive me if I'm wrong about this, but the mover of this motion and quite a few others around this table have previously complained vociferously about motions that target individual elected members. I do think it's the height of political hypocrisy to complain now, to complain repeatedly about that issue and then now to bring on a motion that does exactly the same thing. So I just wonder which it is now. Which is it? Do those who support this motion now support all motions that target individuals, or do they only object when the motion targets them personally? I guess we'll all have to think about that. Look, the other problem I have with this motion is whether it's coming from a genuine place or not. A genuine desire to actually do something about climate change and emissions. I have to say a quick look at Councillor Elliott's social media feeds reveals a litany of criticism levelled at this council and this mayor's climate change efforts. Councillor Elliott also posted quite recently about being, quote, a big supporter of travel, end quote. So look, I can only assume that this motion and that the use of climate change in this motion is just there as a vehicle to attack the Lord Mayor and nothing more. So look, quite obviously I'm not going to be supporting the motion, but I will be putting up a foreshadowed motion on the reporting of climate change transport emissions, which I'll distribute now and discuss further if we do get to that point. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, I think this motion is a classic example of politics over policy, and I will elaborate on that a bit more. The motion appears to me designed to embarrass and undermine the Lord Mayor rather than contribute to a meaningful climate action policy. I mean, this kind of politics has no place in the chamber, I think. It's a waste of time. But it is the right of an individual to bring motions, and I respect that. I think the important points here are these, that Councillor Lohberger, in an earlier motion, I think it was in 2020 or 2023, I'm not too sure, has already established a robust process for reducing the organisation's air travel footprint. And this existing policy that we have applies to all council air travel, not just to climate change related travel. It recognises the environmental impact of travel is not limited to one specific issue area. In addition, the Hobart Transport Strategy 2024 promotes very strongly a low carbon transport. The council in the last 7 years have spent very little on air travel compared to the 2016 to 2018, I understand, where they spent $250,000 was spent on elected members and staff when they travelled to universities, sister city travels, etc., etc. Now the question is this: why pick only, quite categorically, on flying for climate change? And it's mentioned 4 times: climate change, climate change, climate change, climate change. Attending a climate change conference about systematic reform draws scorn, but if you are flying, or I am flying around to watch an AFL match for entertainment, or to attend any other kind of business conference, or some other conference where our fares are paid and the accommodation is paid for, then you receive a free pass or even a praise to attend these places. The rationale is also quite weak as far as I'm concerned, and let me elaborate. It says the significant air travel has been taken by the Lord Mayor. In fact, the Lord Mayor's air flights, as we know and understand, that 100% of it was funded by external organizations like the Global Covenant Mayors for Climate and Energy and C40 Cities and Bloomberg philanthropies. Therefore, in my view, this rationale is flawed. The rationale provided is weak justification for the motion rather than a logical argument to substantiate climate policy. It is clear from this example that there is a guilt by association fallacy, where the Lord Mayor's travel is being used to imply hypocrisy, and the word hypocrisy has been used, rather than addressing the very merits of the climate policy itself. The further rationale is this: the air travel is a significant generator of emissions. In fact, the data on atmospheric CO production is as follows. The biggest producer energy is 75.7% of total CO2 production. And the productions including electricity and heat is 29.7% of all emissions. Transportation, that is air travel as well, is 13.7%. Manufacturing and construction is 12.7%. And buildings is 6.6%. Of that 75.7%, the biggest producer is energy used by residential buildings for heating or cooling. May I have 3 minutes extra? Thank you.
Moved by Alderman Zurko, seconded by Councillor Posselt. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.
Now, of that 75.7%, the biggest producer is energy used by residential buildings for heating or cooling, mainly through electricity produced by coal-fired powered stations at 12.5%. The next biggest producer is road transport, 12.2%. Air transport represents only 0.7% of the total atmospheric CO2 being produced. And the source for this is Data Global Carbon Project and the United Nations Free Work Convention on Climate Change in 2022. Hence, in my view, I think that Mike Dutta, or Councillor Mike Dutta, I can use that title, there's nothing wrong by using title, that Councillor Mike Dutta heating his house last night, for example, and driving to council is far greater contribution to atmospheric CO2 than the Lord Mayor flying to Brazil or the international organizations or cities. And I would want to move a procedural motion that the motion be put. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by... Sorry, can I just...
I think I can.
Speaking and Councillor Posselt. No. Okay. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Posselt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, Deputy and Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zurko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kelly.
So that's just a procedural motion, and now I will put Councillor Elliott's motion. All those in favour say aye.
Not discussing. I haven't finished.
All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
Aye.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
In favour, Alderman Zurko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kelly.
Against?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Posselt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
That's lost, and we have now a foreshadowed motion from Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I won't take too much time. It's a very simple, small motion. It's something that I actually omitted to do.
Do you have a record of it? Oh.
We do have it on the screen. That's it, and I have sent it around as well. It is just something I omitted to do in 2023 when I popped through the climate change motion, and we did vote, I think it was unanimous or close to unanimously, to try to limit air travel. by elected members and all staff. However, there was no sort of reporting mechanism built into that. I was a bit raw back then. So I'm just endeavouring to use this motion, which is on this exact topic of transport emissions and climate change, to actually just remedy that. I note that the CEO's advice was it might take staff a little bit of time to put something like this together, and so I'm quite happy to have changed it slightly just to say that we request they investigate on reporting on how to do it basically first.
Need a seconder for Councillor Elliott.
Yes, and I did call, just as a small second part of the motion, just that we break the data down by type so that we can look at things like air travel, as raised by Councillor Elliott, but also I suspect the main user is things like our heavy plant machinery and things like that. Would be good to get a rough idea. I'm not saying that the staff will be able to come up with an exact idea. I assume they will use online tools and calculators to work out this stuff, but we will see what comes of it. So look, without further ado, I'd commend the motion to my colleagues. As I said, it's just a little add-on to something that we did 2 years ago that was my error in not including it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, let me have a question through you firstly to the CEO or whichever officer can answer it. The motion there talks about transport emissions by elected members on council business and including transport emissions data. Then it goes, a report be broken down to the type of annual progress can be measured across individual areas. In the wording elected members, would that include the Lord Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please advise me the Mayor's functions under Section 27 of the Local Government Act, either yourself or the Director, please? And could you read it out, please?
Do you want the whole section?
The whole section, please, yes. Because I don't want to speak, so that way there you're speaking and it's not my time.
So I'm showing Section 27, Functions of Mayors and Deputies. 1. The functions of the Mayor are act as leader of the community of the municipal area and carry out the civic and ceremonial functions of the mayoral office and promote good governance by and within the council and act as the chair of the council and to chair meetings of the council in a manner that supports decision-making processes and to act as spokesperson of the council and represent the council on regional organisations and at intergovernmental forums at regional, state and federal levels, and to lead and participate in the appointment and monitoring of the performance of the General Manager, or CEO in our case, and liaise with the CEO on the activities of the council and the performance and exercise of the functions and powers, and the activities of the General Manager and performance and exercise of their powers and functions, and any function imposed by an order under Section 27A and any other function imposed by this Act. It then proceeds on to 1A, which is around the Deputy Mayor role.
I'm only asking questions at the moment. In this motion it says council business, correct?
So, Alderman Zuko,
I'm talking to the motion.
No, well,
I'm speaking to the... It says here, elected members on council business. I'm asking the question, this motion is about council business.
I think that's been answered
through you
Alderman Zuko. I just don't want you to be using questions to draw the officers into debate.
I need these questions so I then can get into the debate, Lord Mayor. I need to clarify into my head where I'm going. Now, the question I'm asking through you to the person who's put this motion, you're referring to council business. Is this correct or incorrect?
It does read that way, Alderman Zuko.
Thank you very, very much. Now, we've just got clarification in regards to elected members, who they are. Now I can debate who they are, which includes the Lord Mayor. And it's in regards to council business. And we're talking about climate change here. So if we're talking about in regards to emissions, right, we're talking about potentially the Lord Mayor travelling or any elected member travelling and creating emissions. Now, was the business of travelling overseas in regards to a recent number of trips by the elected member being the Lord Mayor, and I'm not attacking the individual because the Lord Mayor is not an individual. The Lord Mayor is a position. People must understand that. So if a person is actually being critical of the Lord Mayor of a city, they're not being critical of the individual. They are being critical of the actual person. What concerns me is that there are clearly defined functions of elected members on council business. And I believe that what we need to be doing is clarifying in the elected members area the defined function of the Lord Mayor and the Mayor's functions as defined under Section 27A of the Local Government Act. I'm happy to read that one there, which says the Minister by order may do or one or more of the following: clarify the functions of the Mayor, impose the Mayor's such functions as the Minister considers appropriate. Now, I believe what we should be doing, and I'd like to move an amendment to add Part 3 to this. And by Part 3 is that the Council write to the Minister seeking clarification of the Royal Red's role to represent Council on international or any other climate change events in accordance to Section 27A of the Local Government Act. So I'll move that as an amendment. So we're going to discuss the amendment now, Lord Mayor? I can discuss the amendment because...
I need a seconder for the amendment.
Okay.
Coates.
Now, Lord Mayor...
The amendment again, please. I wasn't listening.
That's okay. A lot of people tonight have mentioned my name, and it's quite obviously one person has listened to my name today.
I'd like to hear it again.
The Council write to the Minister seeking clarification on the Lord Mayor's role to represent Council on international and or climate change and or travelling and using transport emissions in accordance to Section 27A of the Local Government Act. What would you like me to read Section 27A again?
We're good.
Okay, thank you very much. So now can I speak to the amendment? Am I on hold on the other? Is that how it goes here? Or
yes.
not? Okay, good. To my point of view, and again I want to re-emphasise, this is not about an individual. This is about the role of the Lord Mayor. So if we write to the Minister, we can clarify, and the Minister can clarify our questions. So that way we all are happy, and it's not Councillor Elliott that's been attacked for making it personal or being attacking an individual, because I'm sorry, the Lord Mayor and a Mayor is not an individual. The person may be an individual in themselves, but it's a role. Like the Deputy is not an individual. The Deputy is a role. The other concerns I have, and I want to ask this question if I may, CEO. There was a recent conference in the Gold Coast where it was an urban development conference. Did any staff member attend that conference?
No.
Someone can answer this question. I don't care. I'm going to throw this one at anybody. Is the Hobart City Council, one of its main functions being a planning authority? Who can answer that one? Okay.
Sorry? Can I just ask that your questions not try and draw the officers into...
Oh, no, but I didn't draw the officers, Lord Mayor. I asked that question to anybody, even the person in the back room there. It doesn't matter. But anyway, we know the council is acting as a planning authority. But yet, we didn't send one staff member to a major urban planning conference on the Gold Coast, which, yeah, okay, you know what, I could have Zoomed it, maybe. But flying to the Gold Coast and flying to Rome, you know, I wish it was in Rome. I really wish it was in Rome. See, this is what irks me about...
Point of order, Lord Mayor, point of order. Under Section 23(1)(a), this information is irrelevant. The motion is very clear. We're talking about the amendment. The amendment is not addressing that. So I think this, in my view, is out of order. It is irrelevant, sorry.
So I'll just seek some advice on that.
I'm talking about council business transport.
We're talking about amendment.
Talk about transport.
As it sits on the screen, it straddles the operational component of the council and also elected members, including the office of the Lord Mayor. So I guess on a narrow view,
Relevant.
relevant.
Okay.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
So I've had advice from the officer that it is relevant, so I will take the advice on that. Councillor Posselt.
Point of order, Lord Mayor, on relevance and procedure. We are not currently discussing what's on the screen. We are discussing the amendment which pertains to advice on your role, not on transport travel.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Well,
I'll take that.
Lord Mayor, good point.
Yeah.
You know, the beauty about that is I can come back and have another go at it. So you've just added me with more time now. You understand that? Look, that's fine. I'm happy about the rules. But the actual point I'll make to that, if I may, Lord Mayor, is I'm adding point 3 to the whole motion anyway, but we are discussing point 3, which is fine. So I've put point 3 up, right? But you know what? Why are we wasting our time? Why don't we just put the motion? Because gagging debate is a really good tool that this council, a number of these elected members use in respect of shutting down motions by Councillor Elliott in particular and others. So, Lord Mayor, look, let's see how we go with the amendment. I'll get up and have another go at this, and then maybe I might even put the motion be put, and I might do it on every other item that comes forward.
All right.
Shouldn't be gagging debate. We're here to debate matters, and if you're worried about debate,
point of order.
Please, that's not appropriate.
If people are worried about debate, well,
Point
they
of
shouldn't
order.
shut it down.
This is inappropriate.
Okay. I'm gonna see if anyone else would like to speak on your amendment, Alderman Zirko.
I'd just like to close on this because I haven't really had the bell yet. I'd just like to close on this, Lord Mayor. One of the things I did tonight, I did it very clearly. I called the point of order after so that a person that's speaking is not shut down. But it's quite obviously when certain people speak, they want to shut us down when we're speaking.
Further discussion on this amendment.
Amendments, Lord Mayor? I don't believe I've spoken.
Amendment.
Yes, I don't believe I've spoken on that. Look, I'm not convinced by Alderman Zuko's argument that the Lord Mayor is not an individual and is therefore not being targeted by this. It clearly is, and I've made my position clear on targeting individuals. I really would like to see a vote brought on this amendment, to be honest. We can move on from this. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Elliott on the amendment.
Yes, no, I wholly concur with Alderman Zuko's amendment, and my motion is referring to the Lord Mayor as the office, regardless of who the incumbent is, and I can see that's the same with Alderman Zuko's amendment. Just one question around, we were talking about Lord Mayor in the amendment. When whichever Lord Mayor it happens to be, if they're acting in their capacity as the Global Covenant of Lord Mayors, or the CCLM, is that captured in the amendment and in this motion? Because it says on council business. So when the Office of the Lord Mayor is travelling under the Council of Capital Cities Lord Mayors and under the Global Covenant of Lord Mayors, would that be picked up in
It's
this
up
amendment?
to Alderman Zuko, I think. And what
Alderman Zuko, you're intending to it'll capture those other organisations' travel?
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so
Lord Mayor, sorry.
Councillor Harvey.
Lord Mayor, this is a new low in council debate tonight.
Yeah.
We've really descended into nonsense.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about something that's the most important issue on the planet, and what we've descended into is some ramblings about you taking a few flights to go to conferences to represent the City of Hobart. I've also done the same thing. One of those conferences was in 2018 when Lord Mayor Hickey delegated me to attend the sub-national committee, local councils, capital cities and state governments. And I ended up going to 3 or 4 of those meetings. And one of them, the last one was supposed to be in Hobart, but it got cancelled because the state government weren't interested. But anyway, at the first one, the presentation which sticks in my mind was from a representative from the ADF, Major General, whatever his name was. At the time, it was all Chatham House rules. So it was hard to talk about it, but subsequent to that, the ADF have released quite a number of documents which clearly state that the greatest threat to Australia is not anything else, it's climate change. yet we're still distracted by all this other garbage. But the greatest threat to Australia is climate change, and the seriousness is really incredibly dire. We've already swung past 1.5 degrees global warming, and we're heading towards 2.5.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Is Councillor Harvey speaking to my amendment or speaking to the motion?
This is about the Lord Mayor representing the council.
I'm asking a question.
He's speaking to the amendment.
In
I
what
think.
way? I'm talking about writing to the minister.
Your role is to represent the council as the Lord Mayor, and that's what's being challenged here. But they don't want you to represent the council on anything, really. But what I'm saying is that you represent the council on the greatest issue known to humanity, as stated by the ADF. And I know no one, just in case you don't know what that means, anyone, Australian Defence Force. They have stated categorically, this is the greatest threat. Now, imagine all these new submarines that we're building bases for, Lord Mayor, and you'll be representing us on this at some point maybe. Those bases all are on the coast. There's potential for a very high sea level change in the coming decades. We know that we're potentially going to swing into 2.3 degrees change. Latest data is that half the population of the world will be suffering and struggling, and many millions, if not billions, will die. So we've degraded the climate change issue down to this nonsense which is happening tonight. We declared a climate and biodiversity emergency in 2019, and that was post my visit to Canberra and to hear from the Australian Defence Force telling us what the reality is. So I respect you, and I respect you going off to these events because it's the greatest threat to humanity. Now, flying there, carbon emissions from flying, 2.5% of global emissions. But let's just think about Tassie, and as Lord Mayor, you can represent this as well because that's your job. 1 million people are predicted to fly into Tasmania in the coming year. 1 million people on planes. The threat to Tassie from that is that one day when we say you can't fly anymore because even that 2.5% of emissions has to be reduced, people will start to say, oh, we can't go to Tassie anymore unless we catch the electric ferry, but we haven't got one of those for Tassie yet. So therefore, we'll catch the electric trains elsewhere. And the tourism industry in Tasmania is critically focused on these things as well, that they don't want to lose trade because people don't come here for climate change reasons. So it not only affects the climate, not only affects the great threat to people, but it also affects our local economy. And to be across all the things that are occurring by attending these conferences is incredibly important. To be at the table at these conferences, demonstrating what Tassie and what Hobart is capable of, is incredibly important. To dismiss all of that is just garbage around the table here. It's really demeaning to the position of Lord Mayor and to the greatest threat to humanity. So good on you for going and representing us at all of these conferences. The only thing I have is a bit of envy that I would have liked to have been there as well. I did attend the COP24 one as a guest of the Katowice municipality. And I did get an insight into how COPs work, and that was really quite insightful to see what happens in the rooms and how the coal, gas, oil, the fossil fuel industry constantly undermine what happens at these COP events. So until we kick them out of the room, we're not going to go anywhere. So good on you for representing Tasmania, because there's no other Tasmanians there. We've only got a mayor that was there.
Further discussion, I think Councillor Posselt was up first.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise simply to acknowledge Councillor Harvey's contribution this evening, as well as his representation to climate forums over the last decade, as he's mentioned in his contribution this evening. Councillor Harvey, you're an elder statesman of this council, and I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you for your contribution. I endorse it wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I too would like to endorse the statements made by Councillor Harvey. I think if there is one person in this council chamber I respect on climate issues, it's Councillor Harvey, and therefore I take his statements quite seriously. The other point that I want to make is this: it is my understanding that when I was elected to this council, and if I go to places when I am not going there as a councillor, people still refer me to that using the title as a councillor. But I am still able to use the title. I'm able to use the title. recently we went to Fiji and the title of a deputy Lord Mayor was used. But it was very made clear that the title was used, but she was not representing there as a Lord Mayor. So you make that distinction that you are now at this moment, you're not wearing that hat of a Lord Mayor or Deputy Lord Mayor, speaking on that particular role as that. But it's a title that you can carry anywhere. Therefore, I think we have spent a lot of time considering what Councillor Harvey has said. I move that we put the amendment to vote. Thank you.
Seconder for the procedural motion is Councillor Loeb. No, Councillor Loberger, you moved the original. Councillor Kitsos on the procedural motion to put Alderman Zuko's amendment. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Say no. Show of hands. All those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Loberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
Against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Passelt, Alderman Bloomfield and Councillor Kelly. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so that's 6 all. So that's lost.
Lost? Yeah, it's fine. 6 all.
So-
Lord Mayor, I move that the motion be put.
Seconded by Councillor Dutta. So that's the Councillor Loberger's substantive motion. So procedural motion on Councillor Loberger's motion. All those in favour?
It's the amendment. Yeah.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. We're still on the amendment because the procedural to move on the amendment did not pass.
Do you have to vote? No. Oh, we didn't.
That's lost.
The amendment was lost. 6-6.
No, Lord Mayor, it was a procedural motion to put the amendment. The amendment has not been put. It is still currently being debated.
Debate on
The amendment.
Alderman Zuko's amendment continues, unless you want to still move a motion. I don't think you can now.
The amendment's lost, Lord Mayor.
That was the procedural.
Oh, that's right. The procedural motion. That's right. Yes.
So, if people would like to continue to comment on the amendment moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Councillor Coates on writing to the Minister to clarify the role of the Lord Mayor. No further discussion. I'll put the amendment. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried. Vote, please. All those in favour of the amendment.
In favour of the amendment, Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly and the Deputy.
And against?
Against, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Loberger, Councillor Harvey and the Mayor. 6-6 again.
Okay, so that was the amendment. We will now move on to Councillor
And I move that the motion be put.
and I need a seconder for that. Councillor Dutta. This is Councillor Loberger's motion. We're now voting. We're voting to put this now. So all those in favour of putting this now, say aye. Again, say no.
No.
Okay, show of hands for putting this now.
In favour, Alderman Zuko, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Loberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Against, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Harvey's hands down. So
that is to put it. That has been won. So I'm now going to put Councillor Loberger's motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Favour. Right. Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Loberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Kelly. And I couldn't...
I think Councillor Coates. Councillor Coates, were you against that or for it?
Sorry?
Were you against or for that?
Against.
Okay, that's carried. So that matter is now done, and we will move on to item 17, which is another motion from Alderman Bloomfield and Councillor Lohberger. Alderman Bloomfield.
I'd like to move this motion. I'm going to sneeze.
By Councillor Lohberger.
With an amendment, which is has been distributed, I do believe, and it's on the screen.
That won't take out of your time.
Thank you. Okay, so the Council notes that there is no business case supporting the extraordinary use of Parliament by the Tasmanian Government to attempt to rezone 2 sections of land on the University of Tasmania's Sandy Bay campus through the passing of the University of Tasmania Protection of Land Bill 2025. The Council notes that Hobart City Council officers recommended the usual statutory process for rezoning land should be followed rather than rezoning through legislative processes. That the Council notes that UTAS has committed to rejuvenating and rebuilding a STEM centre on the campus based around the existing STEM facilities that already exist on that campus. That the Council notes that there are STEM facilities on the land proposed for rezoning and the cost of relocating these facilities possibly outweighs the financial benefits of rezoning and selling the land on which they already sit. That the Council notes that the land proposed for rezoning is fire-prone, steep, rocky and has limited road access and is unsuitable for the high density development possible. It is rezoned as inner residential. That the Council notes that the Sandy Bay Mount Nelson Neighbourhood Plan is currently being formulated by Council and UTAS undertook to use this neighbourhood plan to inform its campus plans. And the Council finally notes that the rezoning of campus land containing STEM facilities and significant student accommodation undermines the intent of the government's pledge to preserve the Sandy Bay campus, which it took to the 2024 state election. Now, the part that I'm amending is the last part, the action part, post notes. And the new part is that, and the Council, A, completes the Mount Nelson Sandy Bay Neighbourhood Plan as soon as practical. B, submits the completed Mount Nelson Sandy Bay Neighbourhood Plan to the Legislative Council as a matter of urgency so that it can be considered as the Hobart City Council's contribution to the debate of University of Tasmania Protection of Land Bill 2025. And finally, to write to Legislative Council requesting that they defer the final decision on the University of Tasmania Protection of Land Bill 2025 until they receive the submitted Mount Nelson Sandy Bay Neighbourhood Plan for consideration. So that's the new motion. As you can see, it's not as what's the word, black and white as it was originally. Because this motion is not about saying no to change. It is about insisting on doing the change properly. In 2022, Hobart ratepayers spoke clearly. 74% supported the UTAS remaining on the Sandy Bay campus, and in 2024, this council reinforced that position by backing the rejuvenation of the STEM facilities that already exist there, building on strength, not dismantling it. And what is now before the Tasmanian Parliament is an extraordinary proposal, the use of legislation to rezone 2 parcels of land without a business case, without the usual statutory planning processes, and in direct contradiction of advice provided by our own officers. That advice was simple and sound, that the rezoning should follow the normal planning pathway and not be forced through Parliament. The land proposed for rezoning is steep, rocky, fire-prone, poorly accessed, and currently hosts critical STEM infrastructure and student accommodation. Rezoning it to inner residential invites high-density development on land that is plainly unsuitable, whilst potentially imposing significant costs through the relocation and rebuilding of specialised facilities. Yet no cost-benefit analysis has been produced to justify this approach. At the same time, Council is in the middle of preparing the Sandy Bay Mount Nelson Neighbourhood Plan, and this draft plan recommends staged and sensitive urban renewal should development occur, and UTAS itself undertook to use this plan to inform its campus decisions. It is only reasonable that this work be completed and considered before irreversible decisions are made. This motion therefore takes a measured and responsible path and commits Council to finishing the neighbourhood plan as soon as practical and submitting it to the Legislative Council and formally requesting that the Parliament defer its final decision until Hobart City Council's planning framework can be weighed as part of that debate. Good governance is not rushed. It listens, it tests evidence and it respects processes. And this motion is asking for nothing more and nothing less than that.
Further discussion? Is there any further discussion? Can I actually ask Alderman Bloomfield a question, if I can? It's sort of Alderman Bloomfield and maybe Ms. Abey, just around the this urgent the words, I can't actually read it, but is it something like urgently getting the Mount Nelson Sandy Bay Neighbourhood Plan done? I just wonder about the practicality of that, given it's meant to be a collaborative planning process and, you know, quite in depth. So I'm just wondering whether it's, if you want, because the Legislative Council will consider this more, more quickly than that, whether you would just consider sending them the draft plan, because that will still be informative and give them some idea of the work that the council is in the process of finalising. Because otherwise it could be months before, like Ms Abey, how long would you envisage it's going to take to...
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There is no draft neighbourhood plan at the moment that would be circulated. The next step would be a directions paper to be circulated for feedback from the community. So it's certainly not something that we could just complete as officers, certainly not with the work program that we had anticipated.
I'm just wondering, well, was there a discussion paper that outlined a lot of ideas and what would be involved in the neighbourhood plan?
Yes, Lord Mayor, there was, and we have had a level of community engagement, so that the proposal was going to be to go out further with the direction that we're anticipating to take the neighbourhood plan in, to outline things like potential rezoning, so that we could get more specific feedback on that, the paths that we were proposing to take.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Look, one of the major issues, and we have spoken to Council about this prior, is that the uncertainty around this site, and it is significant for the Mount Nelson Sandy Bay Neighbourhood Plan in terms of what that ultimately recommends, and obviously there was quite a bit of disagreement in respect of that, and the council needed to await certainty, which was why we were looking at different scenarios for development. As it stands, we've been waiting for this process so that we understand what it is that we're actually planning for the suburbs. So it's a bit of a circular argument, to be honest, in terms of when we can bring this forward, because we need certainty around what is a very significant piece of land and an educational facility for the suburb moving forward.
I guess my question, sorry, is to the movers. In terms of writing to the Legislative Council, would it be possible just to include the discussion paper, which will give them a sense of what could be in a plan when it's done, which is still some time away?
Okay, this is quite, was quite a surprise to us that there is absolutely no draft and no report and barely some findings, I guess. I believe that would probably be appropriate to at least forward that if we were to amend to allow what we do have to be supplied, simply because the work had actually discussed quite a lot with the community. This is about making sure the community is heard as part of the process. If we are failing to do all the rest of the work, that's very disappointing. It's been, this is one of the first things I think we did actually in council, so it's been nearly 3 years to get nowhere at all. So whatever we could supply, I would be, I guess, happy with that, because that is better than doing nothing at all.
I'm happy to add in another point to just supply what we've got to the Legislative Council as soon as possible. I guess a point 4. So that'd be the discussion paper, I guess.
Right, okay. So that'd be a new point 4 potentially. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Look, I just want to say thank you very much for bringing this motion. Some of the stuff I don't really agree with, so it'd be really good to at least maybe vote on it one by one, like there is no business case. Sorry, I needed my glasses. Supporting the extraordinary use of Parliament by sorry, yep, thank you. You know, on the university website page, they've got like a whole array of different things. So the STEM precinct general overview, the update on plans for STEM, the UTES STEM business case. There's various things that are already there. So I don't know, I won't be able to support that first one because I think there's different things there. Unless my interpretation is wrong, and I know that they had different things that they came and spoke to us about during the workshop. They also have that business case that I've just referenced from Deloitte's 2025. Yeah, so is it okay if we just take some of these?
That'll be up to the mover, I think. Is that right?
Fine with that.
Because some of them is just noting, and I'm not really sure if...
It has been requested by another member as well, so that's fine.
Sure.
All right, so that'll be later after debate. Is there further debate on this?
Question.
Councillor
Are we able to get it down the bottom for the red bits to see what the new things are? Yeah, cool, thank you.
It seems to be on a page break. I think there's something missing.
More.
I'd pull out a bit.
Okay, further discussion?
There's no further discussion, Lord Mayor. I might just close, if that's okay. Look, Alderman Bloomfield said it all, really. It's all pretty much in the motion. There actually is no business case for the sale of this land. There's a business case for the STEM redevelopment, but that's not anything really to do with the sale of this land. But I do think, you know, we do need to make the point that planning issues like this should not go through Parliament. It's really unsuitable way to do planning, and it does clearly undermine the intent of the government's pledge in 2024 to act to protect the campus. It's unfortunate that the neighbourhood plan is still being formulated at the moment and that we're not at a point where we could actually supply a meaningful draft, but I guess if the best thing we can do is give them the discussion paper, that's fine. I do note the discussion paper marks the area that is proposed for sale under this bill for staged and sensitive urban renewal, which is a bit of a difficult term. I feel like you can attach anything to that. Both sides could say that means what they think or not what they think. However, there is some work in that plan and there was some community consultation, so there is benefit in sending it to them as soon as possible. So look, I won't waste any more time. I think we've spent enough on this. I would commend this motion to my colleagues, and I do hope that the Legislative Council can listen to us and see that there are a few problems with this particular bill, and there are better ways to do this. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Harvey, I
Lord
think...
Mayor? We don't have closing remarks with these things, do we?
Yep.
We do? So there's no longer any opportunity to speak?
I think that... No,
I know you did, but I wasn't sure whether there was closing remarks.
that's Councillor Lohberger's... I think Alderman Bloomfield can close probably as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I wanted to say though is I'm very supportive of housing development, a sustainable, and I remember when we talked about this a number of years ago before it all got kiboshed by Save UTAS, was the regenerative style of housing, that this was going to be a housing development from the university that would have been...
Sorry, point of order, Lord Mayor. My point of order is that Alderman Bloomfield moved the motion, Councillor Lohberger just closed down debate. Now, either we're changing the rules...
No, I took it that Councillor Lohberger was giving his contribution.
Well, I'd love to hear the recording.
He did actually say he was
I
going
know
to
he
close
did,
it
but
out.
Well, he's closing debate. He's closed debate.
So it was my fault for not getting in earlier.
No, I don't think the rules are changing because Alderman Bloomfield moved it and she will get to sum up at the end. And I think...
That was a joint motion.
I understand, but with joint motions... Other people did want to speak, and I'm happy to allow for any further contributions from the floor on this motion.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. So my contribution is that I support a housing development on that site, and judging by what the university had proposed in the past, there would have been something I believe sensational there. There would have been a lot of land that was set aside for nature, for biodiversity. there would have been an Aboriginal land component, which I think I've read somewhere, and housing that fits the 21st century moving into an uncertain future. So it was regenerative style housing. What happens now, because it's all been thrown up in the air because of the campaign to undermine the university's decisions, we've got an opportunity now for hopefully good developers to pick up that land. So I'm happy to see it rezoned. There's some really terrible buildings on that area, which I'd like to see demolished and rebuilt into something that's much more significant and looking into the future than what's there now. So I'd love to think we could potentially have a couple of thousand units in that. Because we talk about housing endlessly in this council. What are we going to do? So rezoning that land and creating a housing estate that looks to the future, I think, is a great outcome. So let's not talk about housing and then not talk about housing. So if we want it, we go for it. If we don't, then stop talking about how we can, run housing projects elsewhere, or what we can do as a council to facilitate housing if we're not going to back a major housing development on that land above Churchill Avenue, which will, I'm confident, will be a sustainable outcome if the right developers get hold of that land. But it's a great piece of land for a futuristic housing project for good developers to take on. So I don't support the motion, so I'll be voting for none of this. I'm tired of the Save UTAS interfering in what the university want to achieve for this city.
Okay, further discussion. Councillor Coates.
Oh, look, thank you. Yeah, look, just very quickly, I think it's important to recognise that we did have an elector poll on this issue, and it was reasonably conclusive. You can't, in my view, you just can't have half a campus. Now, the idea that this will enable housing and people to live in that space is, I think a bit of a straw man fallacy. I'll admit it, I lived on that space. When I moved to Hobart, I lived at John Fisher College. There were hundreds of other residents living there. This idea that a university campus is somehow not a place where people live, and that students who attend university live on campus, can go from their home to their classes, meet with colleagues, have that campus experience is, it's just false. So I think the community were pretty clear. I think writing to the Legislative Council is an appropriate step at this point in time. The fears of the community, I think, are well founded around what will be the outcome of the University of Tasmania Protection of Land Bill 2025. And, I think it's entirely appropriate that us as the City Council, for which that elector poll, well, A, that it sits in, and B, where the elector poll happened, actually do get behind this. And I commend my colleagues for bringing this item towards us. But, I just remind members that if the reason that they somehow can't support this motion is that because they want to see housing and accommodation on that site, I mean, universities the world over build accommodation, support people living on their campuses. Part and parcel of a campus model is you have accommodation on site. Students get to live on campus. It's a campus lifestyle. That's what a campus is. A campus is where you learn, where you potentially work, where you live, where you play, where you recreate, where you mix and mingle with staff, with academics, with students, with recreational activities, with social activities such as uni bars, with cultural activities such as performances that happen in theatres and the like. I mean, that's what a campus is. This idea that you can just have half a campus and just piecemeal that section away and move that bit out, and it's okay because if we just have STEM, then yay, we've still got a campus. I think is a little bit of death by 1,000 cuts, but I look forward to other members' contributions. But I'm very confident that in supporting this motion, we are actually supporting accommodation occurring at the University of Tasmania. Thank you.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, I wasn't going to speak, but I need to, after, no disrespect to my fellow colleague, Councillor Harvey. I've known his position on this for quite a while. In regards to the university, I've always supported the campus to stay where it is. I've stated that from the start. What has happened is we've gone through this absolute cycle of, at one stage, the university buying so much land in the city and then selling it off and doing this, and I think it's actually created more issues for itself. I was a part of the original group that went down to discuss the partnership between the Hobart City Council and the university, and after 2 meetings I went, well, no, this is not about a partnership, this is about the university dictating to the Hobart City Council on what they want, what they want to get. So I decided not to continue being part of that group, because I just saw that all we were doing is handing things on a platter at that stage to the university. Things changed. I think the electoral poll was telling, but again, the Hobart City Council doesn't necessarily have to act on the electoral poll. It's up to the council. But what I see at the moment is the problem that was created in the first instance, where the university was given the right to start selling off its land, and now it's given the right to keep on selling off its land. Housing. People really know where that land is. I doubt very much we're going to get affordable and social housing on it. Because if a developer wants to buy that land, and especially in this day and age on getting an economic return on investment, it won't be affordable housing or social housing. So let's get real. Let's really honestly understand that that land will not be used for that. If it ever is subdivided, right, it'll be prime real estate. That's what's going to happen there. So, I sometimes get so frustrated.
Point of order.
What's the point of order?
Misrepresentation. At no point did I mention affordable or social housing.
I don't think he mentioned your name, Councillor
No, but
Harvey.
he implied. I could hear it in the tone.
I'm going to say no point of order.
Divide. You got divide, did you?
No, don't imply that I did.
Continue with your contribution.
What's annoying, Lord Mayor, it's either myself or Councillor Elliott, which constantly get the points of order. Can you leave it to the end?
Alderman Zuko,
Okay. Oh, well, sorry, Lord Mayor, I apologise. See, I have to get back on track to what I was saying. This is the whole thing. Anyway, it's not going to be anything other than prime real estate. I think, and I believe that after the first run we've had with the university going down the track of what it wanted to do, and at the end didn't do, now there's a second bite of the cherry. I fully support the University of Tasmania staying where it is. If we want housing, there are many options we can go down that path. To me, Lord Mayor, it's actually quite annoying when you're trying to talk. Okay, first I get the point of order, then I'm getting whatever laughter. Okay.
Can we
just chair the room so everyone gets a fair call?
Do that, but I think we have to apply that.
I demonstrated the other day at a workshop how you chair a meeting, but anyway. So you've got to get back on track. Anyway, I think I made my point. At the end of the day, I don't agree, just letting the movers of the motions know, I don't agree with every part of that, but I'm happy to support it because I support the university staying where it is, and I don't want to see this piecemeal situation where parts of land are sold off, and what's the next one, what's the next one, and what's the next one. That's the way I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this as the start of trying to sell off the university.
Further discussion on the motion? Councillor.
Question for clarification.
Councillor Dutton.
The bill has gone through the lower house and it's passed and is now coming to the Legislative Council. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, it's my understanding here that The recommendation by staff is that the statutory process should be followed for rezoning. That is the recommendation of staff. But unfortunately, the government has decided that they will go through the parliament, through the route of the bill, like they did for the stadium. So therefore, it's out of our hand. I mean, that's what they're wanting to do. We don't have any power in jurisdiction, as we were told here by a number of councillors, that really it's not our domain. Let them do what they have to do. And so all what I'm saying, okay, fine, is a matter of gesture. If you want to write to them, fine, let's do. But I think, we know that if they started the process through that bill process, that route, then all what we're doing is writing a letter, and it's entirely up to them. Either they take it or they put it in the bin, whichever way. But I'm quite happy to support this if it's going to in any way influence their decision, which I doubt.
Further discussion? Oh, no, Alderman Bloomfield, we'll just see whether there's any further contributions before you sum up. Oh, Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'll be brief, but I agree with the sentiment of Councillor Dutta tonight that this, again, I've stood here saying this in regards to the stadium. Planning belongs with council. This should be going through the statutory process for rezoning. It should not be going through special legislation of the Parliament, and therein is the problem. So yes, it is out of our hands now, but should it have been coming to council, then we would be able to analyse this according to the evidence. I think it's a really sad state of affairs that our state government needs to encourage the university to sell off land instead of providing the funding themselves, because they're choosing to spend it at Macquarie Point instead. So I'll be supporting the majority of points in the motion tonight, because I think they need to be voted on separately, because there are some things in there that I don't support as much. I would absolutely love to see housing on any land that's available in Hobart, but the rezoning process should be happening in accordance with the planning process, not special legislation.
Any further discussion? Would you like to sum up, Alderman Bloomfield?
Thank you. It is really quite poignant, isn't it, that this room rebelled so profoundly when it came to the stadia. We did not have much in the way of rights of having any opinion, but we quite happily gave much of that to state government. What I'm actually asking here, though, is not supplying opinion. This was actually asking that we please supply our own research so that we could actually ensure that when the Legislative Council considers it, they have all the information that's available. I'm so disappointed that it will not be as much as I thought it was possible, but some is better than none. And most importantly, including the valuable information from local neighbourhoods is actually really important, because this is the whole point of council, is to supply the opinions of those who live here. And I would also say that saying it's a gesture is not fair. It's not fair because, as I said, it's the information that we've supplied. And other than that, I'd honestly recommend it on the basis of we truly, I think this entire room has a real thing about good governance, and this is all I'm trying to do here, is to make sure that we hold the line and we basically say to state government, this is the way we expect it to be done. We ask that you consider it in such a way, because I do hope sincerely this is the last time we ever see this type of protocol and process being required at all. Planning is to be done here, and we then provide recommendations to the planning scheme and so forth, but it really needs to stay here so that the local people who live here are heard.
Okay, so I'm going to start the process of the votes on this. We've only got 7 minutes before, around about 7 minutes before we sort of leave to do our candle vigil. So I'm going to just put the notes items first. The first dot point, all those in favour say aye.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, can we have the screen on the first dot point? Thank you.
All those in favour?
So are we proposing to go through each dot point as a note?
Yes.
And then the actual actions?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what seems to be requested.
Lord Mayor, it has to be agreed to by the movers and the second of the motion.
I've
Have they
checked that
agreed
already.
that?
Yeah, I've done
Yeah,
that
okay,
already.
thank you. I didn't realise that.
Yeah, no, worries. Okay, item 1, all those in favour say aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Alderman Zerko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly and the Mayor.
And against?
Against, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Harvey and the Deputy.
So that one is carried, I think? Yes. Item 2, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
Aye.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko.
Item 3, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 4, all those in favour say aye. Against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Favour, Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, and that looks like it.
Against?
Against, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's 6, that's lost.
Item 5, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Favour, Alderman Zerko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, the Deputy Lord Mayor, and I think that's it.
All those against?
Against, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Harvey and the Mayor.
That one's carried?
Yes.
Yep.
6.
Item 6, which I think starts, the Sandy Bay Mount Nelson Neighbourhood Plan is currently being formulated. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. The last dot point, rezoning of campus about government pledge. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Favour, Alderman Zerko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield and Councillor Kelly, and that looks like it.
Against?
Against, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor. I don't think I missed anyone else. 6 all again.
Okay, now I'm just going to see whether, do people want to vote on all of these 4 items separately, or are you happy to vote for them as a block? Or the 3 items?
Block, Lord Mayor.
Okay.
Yep.
All those in favour of the items in red, say aye.
Aye.
Say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, the Deputy and the Mayor. Oh, yes, it's Alderman Zerko, did get you, yes.
Against.
Councillor Harvey.
That's carried. Okie dokie, thank you for that. So now I am going to adjourn our meeting, ask for someone, to adjourn the meeting for the purposes of heading down towards the Henry Hunter room. We will then, after that, stop for dinner. So I would imagine we get back here by 7:10, please. Is 7:10, and I will restart our meeting and move to item 18, which is a motion from Councillor Posselt. Invite Councillor Posselt to move his motion. Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Tonight I'm bringing a motion to council, as my colleagues are aware and members of the public and the industry are aware, to prospectively ban car yards from the CBD.
Second for the motion. Councillor Lohberger.
Before I start my contribution, I just wanted to ask a question, if I may, to the relevant director. Are there steps that are underway as a result of the Central Hobart Plan endorsed by this council to limit bulky goods sales within Central Hobart?
Director Abey.
Through you, Lord Mayor. So we are in the process of developing planning scheme amendments to implement the Central Hobart Plan. That draft has not been finalised at this point, and at this stage it doesn't specifically consider car yards, although I do expect that under those provisions it will be more difficult for car yards to be approved.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Director. Lord Mayor, when I was elected, or when I decided to run for council in 2022, I did so with a vision for the future, with my eyes forward and focused on what Hobart could be in 20 years when my children are young adults. I'll be old and I'm well established by then, but the next generation is not so fortunate. Every day in my other role, I see the consequences of urban sprawl, of decentralised communities, of lack of transport and public transport to enable people to access essential services. I see the suffering it causes. I see communities that are struggling on the brink because of cost of living crisis. Central Hobart Plan, combined with the 30-year Greater Hobart Plan, envisages significant urban infill development for the CBD to support a housing crisis that has 5,500 people waiting for a roof over their head. But it's not just the people that are waiting for a roof over their head. Young people are being forced further and further from where they work, further and further from the place where they grew up, further and further from the meaningful relationships and connections that drive our communities, because without our friends, our family, the people that surround us every day, the meaning of life becomes more challenging. And we see this play out in the data, which tells us, believe it or not, the most socially isolated and lonely cohorts in our community in 2024 were the age group of 36 to 40-year-olds. The group who have young children who should be connected to the people around them through schools, through after-school sport. They're all employed, so they're in employment as well. They're more lonely than people in their 60s and 70s who are starting to see their friendship groups get smaller through ageing. I think that it's attributable to forcing that generation to live further from their connections into neighbourhoods and areas where walkability is not possible, where your distance to a supermarket is further than it should be, where your access to services are further than they should be, where your access to green space are further than they should be. Driving congestion because the only way to get anywhere and do anything is in a car when you live on the fringe. Funnily enough, when you look at the livability indexes, you find that the only thing that is universally available in Greater Hobart at a reasonable distance are alcohol shops. not supermarkets, not schools, not services. You can move to the fringe and we will ply you with alcohol, but we won't ply you with anything else that makes your life meaningful. That is the basis of this motion, Lord Mayor. 3.5 years into the term here, I've had the discussion about car yards over and over ad nauseum in the community that these are not viable uses for inner city land in our future. 2030, 2040, 2050, when do we say enough and use our inner city land with an eye to the well-being of the people that we represent, rather than the multinational corporations that the brands represent? I was recently informed by ex-Deputy Lord Mayor Prue Bonham that these conversations were had in the 80s. 30 years down the track, we still haven't actually got tangible actions. Yes, the Central Hobart Precincts Plan is moving toward the right outcome, but there's no plan to have a conversation with the industry. No plan to have a conversation with another municipality that says, hey, there's this great opportunity for you to take the entire automotive sector in the south on a greenfield site. Because let's face it, walkability to a car yard is ironic. If you're taking your car, I'll grab 3 more minutes, please.
Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Alderman Zuko. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.
When you take your car for a service, you obviously drive your car to the service. You don't come into town and accidentally, spontaneously walk away with a $100,000 Mercedes. But you do, when you come to town, accidentally walk away with a $50 gift for somebody. And maybe you've spent $30 or $40 in a cafe because you saw that friend that you wanted to catch up with. You just happen to bump into them on the street because it's a walkable city for our future that builds connection between people. Moving the car yards to the city fringe through strategic, coordinated approach taken hand in hand with industry and government can build a future for the automotive industry at a precinct that is appropriate for them and provide significant opportunity for inner city Hobart to develop into what it could be. 45,000 square metres. 45,000 square metres of single-storey automotive enterprise in our CBD. Even if we just went to 4 stories on the same ground, we would create 200,000 square metres of buildings that could be used for other purposes. That could be residential accommodation, private sector. It could incorporate some social housing. It could include creative spaces. It could include retail, tech hubs, hospitality. The opportunities for young people in this state would be dramatically increased, and there would be no loss to automotive industry jobs because they are just moving to a slightly different location. The automotive industry has claimed that this will cost hundreds of jobs. It won't. You will just be operating from a slightly different space that is more appropriate. And if anything, if we build the right precinct, we will create jobs and opportunity in that municipality too. If we build them in Cambridge, around an automotive precinct, other businesses will form, new startups associated with automotive industry, but also hospitality to support the workers. This is opportunity for everyone. The ban on car yards proposed in this motion is only prospective. For those who don't know what that means, it means that it does not impact existing business. The existing car yards, this does not affect your business whatsoever. However, we will start a conversation with you about your future moving forward in dot point 2. It's about livability. This is about realising a dream for our future, for our children, for our elderly people and our older people who want to downsize and be close to services when they lose their driver's licence because they're no longer able to drive. This move will also decrease congestion because people who live in the inner city tend to work in the inner city too. So when the network is at its most stressed in peak hour on a weekday, those workers are walking to work. They are one less car on the road. And not only that, the automotive industry drives
congestion because 500 cars or more come into the city every day for a service. Those 500 cars could be going to Cambridge or elsewhere out of the city where the road network is not so constrained. This is future focused, some of it is in train, and I ask my colleagues to please consider the broader vision tonight.
Councillor Coates.
Look, thank you. You know, it's a very passionate speech and vision, and too many cars are driving in, and, you know, we have 45,000, I think it was, if I remember, square metres in automotive usage at the moment in the city. But what we're debating here is a motion that in front of us is that we prospectively prohibit broadacre automotive retail. And I'm glad that Move this motion clarified for us prospective. Doesn't impact on existing. I think that, like many well-intentioned seeking to put in rules and seeking to put in restrictions, it is, you know, the pathway to hell is paved with good intentions. And the good intentions aside, in my mind, what this does is make it less likely that we're going to see development of that 45,000 square metres of usage. It was interesting, I came down this morning from my house, and I come down Macquarie Street, and there was literally what was an automotive dealership with a big sign advertising units sitting on it as you're coming down there. Now, you know, if that isn't evidence enough that there is appetite by developers to actually repurpose sites and to build, I don't know what more you could look for. The brutal reality is that if the highest use of a site is commercial buildings, you know, residential, then that's what that site will lean towards. We run amok if we just say, oh, we don't want that activity here, we don't want that activity here, we don't want that. We'll drive everything out in some sort of dystopian utopia and say, oh, you can only have that sort of activity in that spot. And if we only apply this prospectively and it goes in for new ones, what it'll mean is everyone who's already got this use is going to go, I never want to lose this, so you know what, I'm just going to sit on it. I'm going to continue my usage, I'm not going to develop my site, I'm not going to be innovative in what I do. And it will just, it'll literally freeze Hobart in a state of time. So I just can't support this. It's very poor. I appreciate the comments by the staff. You know, we are in a scheme here, but the idea that we should just come up with a motion and put it in, and then we're going to prospectively ban anyone new from ever doing that activity in the city, and we're also going to write to all these other agencies and try and convince these businesses. I just think this is going to backfire majorly, and not have the intended outcome. And look, I think as a city, we might have to have the maturity and sit back and go, why is it that owners of broadacre sites, whether it be for the usage of an automotive business, whether it be for the usage of a rental car business, whether it be for the usage of a car park, why is it that these landowners seem to not want to develop their sites? What is it that makes it so difficult to get developments happening and approved and through in Hobart? As I stand here today, within about 500 metres, I can walk to open-air car parks, where the owners have... I've seen the plans for the previous proposals on that site, and they've just washed their hands and walked away. If we are serious about addressing the shortage of housing and accommodation in our city, that is where we can look. If we're serious about stopping this urban sprawl, we can look at doing our part in terms of releasing greenfield sites for development, rather than pushing everything to the extremities. The idea that prospectively banning one category of business from happening in Hobart is going to magically fix the housing market is, in my mind, a little bit of a bridge too far. I think it's terribly unfair on businesses that want to play by the rules. I think it's terribly unfair on existing businesses who, you know, say you're a business dealership and you're selling Mazdas, and Mazda brings out a new model, it's very popular, you're doing quite well, and for your business you just go, I need a little bit more space, I'm going to lease some property across the road. Well, that's going to be a banned activity. You know, this does have the unintended consequences behind it. And in my mind, this is just going to make sure that everyone who has that existing use isn't going to change it. That's what will happen. I think it's a poor way of developing this sort of project rather than going through the normal processes and letting the advice come up. And I think it'll have inadvertent consequences. And ultimately, I think that, like every other government, when we try and pick winners before us, we will inevitably get it wrong and it won't have a desired outcome. So I can't support the motion.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just had a couple of questions. One was, I just wanted to clarify with the previous speaker, the car yard that he mentioned on Macquarie Street. Is that the car yard, just through you, Lord Mayor, is that the car yard on the corner of Mole and Macquarie Street? The former Motors car yard?
I think it's on Barrack, isn't it?
Barrack, sorry. You're right, yes.
Yeah.
Lord Mayor, are you able to give an update on, we have approved a development for that site. I understand there are problems. Are you able, or a staff member able to give us an update on what's actually going on with that site?
CEO can respond.
Well, look, largely that development came down to the QSs that were done in respect of so the quantity surveying work didn't match the market when the developer went to market, so it was significantly more to construct the project than what he had budgeted for in terms of the planning and all the work that he'd done in the development of the plans for the site. So, it was a bridge too far in terms of the finances for that to actually to come out of the ground.
Just a supplementary there, Lord Mayor. Do we know what's going to occur now with the building? Now the housing is not going to be there.
No, we don't know.
But it's not going to be turned into housing anytime soon. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions, if I may, Lord Mayor. One about the Central Hobart plan. Does that still, through you to the appropriate officer or yourself, does that still have to go through the process of scheme amendments?
Through Lord Mayor, yes it does. Yes.
And through the process of scheme amendments, there'll be consultation with the community?
Through Lord Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. One more question, sorry. I'll come back to it. Oh, yeah, sorry, this is it. The motion in part 1 is talking about any potential new car sites. Is that correct or incorrect? Can someone just clarify that for me?
Through Lord Mayor, that's my understanding what the motion is.
All right. Supplementary question to that. If I own a car yard now in Argyle Street and I wanted to move my car yard to the corner of, if I own a car yard in Campbell Street and want to move my car yard to the corner of Melville and Argyle Street, where there's a big empty space and has been a big empty space for about 15 years, would that be a prospective new car yard?
Through Lord Mayor, that would be a separate planning application for a new use and development associated with that. So if this use was prohibited under the planning scheme, then that would not be allowed.
Even if I was an existing operator?
Through Lord Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Councillor Alderman Bloomfield.
I'll start with the fact that I got an email today from the CEO of the TCCI who was most unimpressed with this particular motion. To quote, I've got, putting aside the very questionable merits of the policy proposal dictating that car yards not be permitted in the CBD, the Tasmanian Chamber of Commerce and Industry is very concerned that this motion and the sovereign risk issues it creates for the existing landholders in the CBD. For example, the former K&D site in the CBD was recently sold for $31 million, and as we understand it, the new owner is seeking to use this site as a car dealership, which is currently a permitted use. So it's difficult to see this motion as anything other than a direct response to this purchase. That concerns me. It also concerns me too that we are yet again putting forward the point that businesses seem to be second-class citizens in the city. We put a lot of time in this council in developing prospectuses to encourage development and businesses, and all they're going to see right now is someone put $31 million down on the table to purchase an opportunity to set up a business, to find the council is actively putting in some kind of motion to try and make it very difficult. And that's concerning. It also concerns me that there's this extraordinary point that build residential property inside the CBD, and that will magically fix our homelessness thing. It will magically fix everything. The problem is that it's not particularly the way to go, because without a transport network firmly installed, we simply create a slum. You need to have jobs next door to where they are if they have no transport opportunities. And in our city, we have minimal transport opportunities other than walking, and the number of jobs available are only for medical professionals. And to date, that's the only thing that I've actually seen that will be supported. So it's concerning that we're only really supporting one industry. Or perhaps we're supporting public servants. They're the only ones other than that who actually have a lot of jobs in the city. So why are we developing a city platform that doesn't actually help and support those who need to have access to not just a home, but access to transport to get them to real, actual, valuable jobs? Because without mobility, neighbourhoods stagnate, housing becomes stressed, employment access narrows, and over time the conditions produce exactly what the planners warned against: urban decline and social fracture. So if you want to be poor, if you want to be unhealthy because you're poor, and if you want to be lonely because you have no money because you're poor, this is the way to go. It ignores the employment opportunities. The employment opportunities being that if we actually support businesses like this one that's just been newly looking at being established in this particular K&D site, we protect a lot of jobs. I had another email from the business owner who was looking at the car yards and so forth, and they were telling me the sheer enormity of jobs that could be lost if this type of procedure goes ahead. And I will also point out too that the recommendation that this council put forward some time ago to change permitted use and discretionary use to make permitted use churches and not-for-profits and so on and so forth, things that don't actually attract rates, are being encouraged. And things that are like retail, and we talk about bulky item retail, but only if they're on the first floor. Bulky items includes a guitar, it includes a printer, it includes anything from Officeworks, anything from the local music shop, anything from the sewing shop, from anything that you can think of effectively, like Myers, for goodness sake. You know, they're not going to do well, are they, unless everything's on the first floor. So that's a real problem, that we're actually saying, well, you can be here, but we don't really want you, because as soon as you do a DA, so for instance, if Officeworks decides they want to go another storey above, they want to expand, and this is installed, they go to discretionary use, which means they've got to do a DA, but because they won't meet the new criteria, they will not be able to operate there. So we're going to lose anyone, it's like Officeworks, who wants to expand. They're not going to be able to expand, they're going to have to stagnate there or not. I'd like 2 more minutes, please.
Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.
So my point being is that we already have some pretty draconian planning law coming to fruition through these draft plans at the moment, which are going to be an absolute desolation for anyone trying to either expand or change in business, and that includes motor vehicles. It's already in the planning recommendation, so we didn't even need to do this anyway. It's pointless regardless. But particularly concerning me is that we want to be supercharging our CBD, ensuring there's job opportunities, and yet at the same time we're cutting them off at the knees. And that's disappointing. It's not what we should be here to do. And in particular, when we're looking at things like accommodation, for goodness sake, actually understand what that means. It means you have to have access to food sources. Remarkably, anything over 400 square metres, supermarkets can't be in the CBD, because you also banned that as well into discretionary use, away from permitted use. So even if Coles wanted to buy this K&D, they couldn't, because it was too big. So, you know, really, truly, it's quite concerning the way that we're going forwards. I want the utopia too, but I want a utopia for my kids where they actually have a job and they have a backyard, maybe if they're lucky, but goodness me, they have to be able to afford to have one, and that means having a job, access and availability to all the things that we currently take for granted, and we just do not have it right now.
Further discussion? Alderman Elliott. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't think we've seen a motion that has done more damage to business confidence than this one. We all know that we need housing, and all of the car yards that currently exist, any developer could come along at any time today, now, and make an offer, and if that offer is accepted, they can put in an application for housing. The option to have car yards turned into housing already exists. This motion, despite the lofty and highly emotive talk around realising a dream and the meaning of life, is essentially about, it is the council again banning something. It's again telling a whole heap of employees that what they do is not welcome here. We don't want you here. It's basically saying, that's really sad, nodding, saying, we don't want you welcome here. And the elected member is nodding that people...
Councillor Elliott, through me, please.
1,000 employees are employed by these organisations, these businesses. They invest millions and millions of dollars into our city. Thousands of transactions occur every day in this city. I was speaking to a lot of these people today, and 70% of the people that drop their car after a service walk into town. I guessed it would be about 50%. That is so sad to see nodding that people aren't welcome here. Isn't this a city for all? Isn't this Hobart that respects all nonsense? This motion is absolute.
Sorry, I just think it's really quite irrelevant to say that Hobart, a city that respects everyone, the final comment was, I think, a little bit demeaning to the work that the council staff does.
So that's not really a point of order, I'm afraid.
Thank you. No, it's not a point of order, so I'm going to say it again. It is absolute nonsense to proclaim that we are a city for all and that Hobart respects all, and then be 1,000 people right before Christmas, and we've told them that what you do every day, where you come, yes, you're manual labour, maybe that's not the type of job that we want in this elite bubble.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Just on misrepresentation, I have never said that. The inference is that I have.
Is that you?
Look, no, I didn't.
I think misrepresentation, point of order, and Mr Young can confirm, is really where it's very direct and says, this person said this, and I understand that there's kind of a general narrative towards some of your commentary, but I'm not sure it's an actual misrepresentation.
I think that's right, Lord Mayor. It needs to be objective. I think an objective person watching at home would think that. I think that if we're talking in generalisations, I kind of feel.
Can I just confirm my time wasn't stopped for all of that?
No,
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say it again. This is a motion that looks to form an elite bubble. It tells the message to people who get their hands dirty for a living that they're not welcome here. And like I said, I reeled off the numbers. 1,000 employees right before Christmas, we don't want you here, nodding away. This motion is again around control. I fully support the rights of business people that actually put in the risk, work hard for their money and actually invest in our city. I fully support their right to move their business to wherever they see fit. If they want to be in Cambridge, if they want to be at Brighton in 10 years' time, that's their prerogative, and I completely support it. I do not support banning and telling people that their hard work is not welcome here. This motion apparently is because it's going to solve the housing crisis. The council itself has land it owns that is sitting as car parks, Civic Square, Dunn Street. We're sitting on car parks that are sitting there. They're not even providing a proper service in terms of nothing in comparison to the employment that the mechanics and the service and the spare parts and the sales generates. We're absolute hypocrites again. And the slippery slope here is obvious. Car yards today, car washes and mechanics next month, then we'll go for the spare parts, then we'll go for the Harvey Normans and Freedom. I wonder when the bike shops will come up. Or are they okay in this elite bubble that we're forming? Absolute disgrace. If we want investment in this city, confidence is what we need. Yes, we need other conditions to be right around materials, and of course we need an efficient and predictable planning process. But this exact motion destroys the confidence that our cities needs, and I think it's an absolute disgrace. Councillor Passelt says that his eyes are forward. Well, they might be forward, but they're certainly not open or grounded in reality. I'll just read quickly that because this mantra has proliferated in the community, where more and more people are saying, or some of the people that are on the same wavelength are saying, I got an email today, car yards are a waste of precious space that could be otherwise served for critical infrastructure. There is nothing stopping those car yards now being housing. What critical infrastructure? 3 minutes, please.
Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.
They can be housing now. Critical infrastructure, whoever has, they can acquire property. There is nothing existing. All this has done is undermine confidence really badly to the level we've never seen before. Make this council look like it is completely out of touch with the reality and, like I said, living in an elite bubble, which isn't helped when on the motion we have pictures of Lexus and Tesla as being the exemplar of what we're allowed to do. Lexus and Tesla and Mercedes and Audi, they aren't within the reach of the everyday person. The TACC, the Tasmanian Automotive Chamber of Commerce, has also sent through a letter, and I'll just read a few parts. Restricting broadacre automotive retailing would disrupt established employment precincts and existing investment plans. It would constrain the industry's ability to transition to cleaner and safer vehicle technologies. I thought this council wanted that. It would place additional cost on burdens on businesses that are already operating in challenging environments, potentially undermining long-term viability and investment confidence. It would create unintended and unjustified economic harms. This is from the people who operate multi-million-dollar successful businesses. Yet Councillor Passelt has the audacity to say that there were no loss in automotive jobs. Based on what? Feeling? Because the whole spiel was about feeling. All in all, I am just so astounded that at the little thought that has gone into this and how this could possibly be seen as a good idea. The slippery slope is obvious. The damage on confidence cannot be overstated. And I think this is an absolute disgrace. And I think I just would be personally so embarrassed if I brought this forward.
Alderman Zuko.
I've got 3 quick questions, then I'm going to go into debate. Through you to anyone who can answer this, please. Was there a car yard in South Hobart?
Through you, Lord Mayor, yes, there was. Yes.
Was there an open car park in Melville Street?
Which part of Melville?
Corner of Melville Street and Elizabeth Street. Where the university is now.
Car park.
Open car park, yes.
Council land.
Yes.
My next question, my last question, then I'm going to go into debate. Was there an open car park where common ground is?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I didn't ask you. You're not an officer. Lord Mayor, I can go and debate now, start the time. This reminds me of Lonely Planet, Monty Python, Meaning of Life. I remember when I was growing up and listening to that, I was doing things. I was around about 30 odd or something like that and enjoying life, and I had a ball in my 30s. This is a sleeping giant being woken up. The stadium was a prime example of a sleeping giant opening up. I actually welcome this motion because it puts this council really on the agenda. We want to talk about housing, but then we want to attack the businesses that make the city. Freemasons Hotel, still empty. Corner of Argyle and Melville Street, still empty. The amount of empty spaces we have in this city that cannot develop because of the cost of development is what is costing us in housing. It's got nothing to do with car yards at all. Because up until 2022, the amount of developments that came forward to this council that were knocked back by a group of elected members is astonishing. And what you've got to look at is, if a development was approved in 22, it'll be about now when the developer could be actually going through a process, because it takes quite a while to get the approval, go to tribunal, get tenders done, get the building approvals. You're looking at a 2 to 3 year period, minimum. But in the statistics of up until 22, Councillor Reynolds voted against 491 apartments. Councillor Dutta voted against 496 apartments. Councillor Harvey voted against 357 apartments. And Councillor Sherlock voted against 202. Zuko only voted against 63. So the point is, if these apartments, like the Freemasons that remains empty and all the others that remain empty, were voted on and approved, we'd have more housing in this city. Now, can you put up part 2, please? Heads of Agreement part 2. In 2018, I put up a motion that was passed by this council to go down the path of heads of agreement with the state government to build more housing in this city.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Yes.
I've previously asked for stuff to be put on the screen to support my debate, and I was denied. I have that in
Sorry,
writing.
Lord Mayor, everyone's been provided that.
I have that in writing. This is out of order. It's out of order.
I'm going to ask that be brought down. It is unusual that, and we haven't done it before.
You have done it before.
Not for people, not for props for people to speak to.
Oh.
Sorry, I just think it is unusual. Sorry.
It's not unusual, but anyway, it's not unusual.
You can talk about your
look,
motion.
I'll talk about it, Lord Mayor, in a moment. Lord Mayor, I will. If you just give me a moment, let me get it up. In 2018, I brought a motion to this council which was approved. Part 2 of that motion was about airspace rights for car yards. And as Councillor Passault even said, even if we got 4 levels on a car yard, we could build so much. But what if we gave incentives to car yards, like I put forward in 2018, that leaves the car yards there, allows a new car yard to be built, right, and gives them density air rights to build not just 4 levels, but in appropriate sites. I've been arguing this for 25 years about appropriate sites and building more apartments. So maybe the developers could actually build on a site because of the cost of building, and that's why the Mimosa site hasn't been built. The concept I put up was passed by this council, but yet, surprisingly, when I'm away for 2 months overseas, it came to council and got shuffled into the housing strategy. We were talking about housing tonight, and I have not seen the light of day of this motion since 2019. So, I'm going to foreshadow very shortly that we go revisit that motion that not only talks about the air rights on car yards. Can I get 3 minutes, please? That not only talks about the air rights on sorry, yeah, I'll talk.
Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried
Which
unanimously.
talks about places, empty space car parks, both in the private sector and the ones we own, and the ones the council owns. There is plenty of open space in this city to develop. We shouldn't be targeting specifically car yards. And I'll give you another prime example, was part of my argument at the time. Kmart Newtown, a shopping centre that's got a roofed car park. Imagine if we gave the developers there an incentive to build in 2-part over their car park, we could get housing there. And I'll go back to incentives. Myer Hobart was going to be built in Eastlands. If it was the incentives of this city that got it built here. People complained about it, but the report at the time would have said we would have lost economic benefit on rates going down, we would have lost 500 jobs plus more. This here, this motion is similar. You've got to sit down and start doing some real statistics. I understand, Councillor Pasol, it's a passion of yours. But do you know what? You can achieve your passion with getting housing and providing the right incentives to the right people who have got money, prepared to pay $31 million for a property, right? But no one's approached the White Group. Lord Mayor, I spoke to them today. No one has officially approached them about what they could do on that site. I was at a meeting today and I spoke to them. Now, I'm going to move a foreshadowed motion, right, in respect of revisiting the 2018 motion, which includes my part 1 and part 2 of heads of agreement. Now, if people have got to understand what heads of agreement is, at the moment we cannot make a deal with a private company, a private enterprise. We need the state government to change the legislation to give us the power to walk up to Mr White and say, Mr White, we would like you to build a car yard there because you've got the money to do so. But in doing so, we want to see if we can make a deal with you on the air rights and give you bonus density to build some housing, and let's see if we can make a deal, and we'll give you similar assistance as we gave the Myer Group to build not just housing in one sense, but add some affordable housing there. You can't add social to it, but you can add affordable. And I've put that proposal up where you can actually build on a 1,000 square metre block, and I've seen it in Victoria, 15 apartments. Here we can only build 3. So if we really want to do something about housing, I've been saying this for years, let's go down the path of opening the door like we did with the proposal I put up in Common Ground to build social housing, and we still retain the car park. That was my project nearly 20 years ago. Melville Street, we delivered the university housing, but we still own the car park. So I'm going to urge, and as I said, I welcome the debate by Councillor Pasol. You've opened up the sleeping giant. I urge you to support my foreshadowed motion so we can go down the track of working with business, working with government, and I didn't hear the bell.
Sorry, I did ring it there. So.
Oh, did I?
Yes,
Geez, I must
you were
be
going
focused.
pretty hard.
And I'll close it down by, I'll move it foreshadowed motion in which we can actually deliver something for the city and not annihilate one group.
All right. Can I just ask a question?
Sorry.
Because I think it's relevant to this future debate. Can the CEO confirm whether whether staff have put in quite a bit of time and presented information back to Council recently on a housing incentives package?
Yeah, so obviously we did a workshop with the council following a motion about 2 months ago in respect to the Hobart Inner City Housing Supply Incentive Policy. Alderman Zuko's motion, I think, must have happened before I was here, so I'm not aware of it, but it seems it's a similar sort of proposal,
Sorry,
I think.
it's just...
Well, Lord Mayor, I've been told it's similar, but it's not.
Well,
okay?
that's the advice of the CEO, so I'm happy with
I
that.
haven't seen my proposal.
Well, yeah.
I'm out of agreement.
Can officers clarify whether incentives and meetings can happen with developers, or are we restricted by state law from having discussions with councils, with developers, and offering if council has approved an incentives package of a range of things, that those can be put forward as part of those discussions? Is that restricted by the state government?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. If I understand Alderman Zuko's point, that the incentive is around providing additional height or density to enable them to construct to a greater development. No, we're not. We don't currently have that flexibility under the planning scheme. We do have the flexibility to provide financial incentives, such as the CEO's policy.
Can I ask a question? Lord Mayor, can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah, of course you can.
Through you to the appropriate officer. Can the council, at this point in time, make a deal with a developer that their development must have a certain percentage of affordable housing, a certain percentage of housing that remains on the rental market for a period of 15 years? Do we have that in the scheme now?
Through you, Lord Mayor, we don't have that ability in the planning scheme, other than the financial approach that the CEO has outlined.
So, if we wanted to go down that path, would we need the state government to give us heads of agreement authority as per other jurisdictions in this country?
Through you, Lord Mayor, we would need, I suspect, a change to the planning scheme.
Okay. Councillor Kelly.
Question to Councillor Posselt. How many employees work in car dealerships in CBD?
Councillor Posselt, just to let you know, you are also allowed to take those things on notice.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, I'll rely on Councillor Elliott's answer, as she has apparently met with the dealers and the owners of the dealers, the property interests that look after the dealerships. So on her advice, it's about 1,000, Councillor Kelly.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Posselt, how much in dollars does car dealerships pay to the council in rates a year?
Lord Mayor, as an exemplar, the Toyota site on Argyle Street, which is one of the larger footprint car yards, broadacre car yards, excuse me, in our CBD, pays about 1/10 of the rates that the Salamanca Square development pays, which is a roughly equivalent land size. I understand that Toyota pays something in the vicinity of $75,000, as opposed to the Salamanca precinct, which pays close to $900,000 in rates for the same land use.
For you, Chair, the question was the total dealerships in CBD, not just co-op, the lot.
I've given
How
my
much? What's their revenue?
I've given my answer, Lord Mayor.
So you can't give me an answer.
Councillor Kelly, you've asked your question and Councillor Posselt has given you his
I
answer.
might just go into my debate with this, Lord Mayor, from here, if that's okay. Just to clarify a few small details. The term broadacre, look, it conjures up into images of massive areas and industrial wastelands and all that sort of stuff. So, small detail, but it's sort of putting this whole conversation into this negative sort of vibe. And just a fun fact, broadacre, if you look it up, it's a parcel of land 4,000 metres or more. And there's only one car yard in the whole of Hobart CBD that is more than 4,000 metres. So, this vilification of all these broadacre development car yards. And the word car yard, it's like a wood yard or a gravel yard. Conjures up images of Arthur Daly, the old slippery car salesman on Minder, shake his hand and he'd slip your watch off at the same time. These are car dealerships. They are pretty much run by, have close connections with, big industry who have exacting rules and all that. They're not the dodgy guy in the caravan selling some old bangers out the back. So just small matter, but I just think it's good to put that in context. Look, it's been said most of what I wanted to say. We shouldn't be vilifying this section of the community or the business community. They employ 1,000 people. They train so many people. They get their own. I was speaking to some guys today. They actually set up their own training programs without any assistance from the government much, and do that. They're providing training services. They employ people from young 16-year-old apprentices right through to senior citizens who are office workers and still sell cars and all that. They're a cherished part of our community and our society and business area for well over 100 years now in Hobart. So it's important to sort of just couch that. This whole notion too Oh, well, you drive down to Cambridge, you drop your car off, and then you come back into town. So most people drop the cars off in the morning, and we're going to add another few hundred cars or ways on the non-existent bus service. There might be the airport bus, which I think might have been suggested, which is added very well. There's no rail, nothing like that. I have my car serviced, I have to every 6 months at Co-op. So if Co-op to move down there, every 6 months I'll just be going down there, coming in peak hour traffic, back to Hobart, then in peak hour traffic, going back to Cambridge. I mean, really? How many businesses would that, how many businesses can sustain that from, as Councillor Elliott said before, so many people park their car and walk in? So once again, you go, really? I note too, the proponent of this motion lives in a leafy suburbs, 3/4 acre block, big garden, Mercedes-Benz, probably has it services the Mercedes-Benz dealer in town.
Lord Mayor,
I mean, really,
Lord Mayor, point of order.
isn't it?
Point of order.
Councillor Elliott, sorry, Councillor Keller, can you just refrain from the sort of personal reflections on the mover?
Sure.
This is
Well,
about
I'll
the,
just put
this
it
is
into
about
context.
no,
Right, okay.
this is about the issues. Okay.
There's a lot of people who live in 3/4 acre blocks, drive into dealerships, whether it's Co-op or Mercedes, and then they walk to work, whether it's at the hospital or anywhere else. I mean, really, there's nothing evil or wrong with that. We've talked about before too how we've got all these vacant blocks, no one's building on them, it's just too expensive. So I just don't quite get this. Let's zero in on this little section of the business community, or not little, substantial, and we'll vilify these guys. Where to from here? What about all the car rental blocks of land? Extremely substantial blocks. What about car parks, the open spaces like down Montpelier, and I could keep going on there? What about car spare parts? This whole vilification of the car industry, I mean, where's this come from? Look, let's not forget too that car dealers are all local people they employ. These car dealers, to a lot of them, contribute to charity. They're big contributors with vehicles, with support and all that. They quietly go about their business and they contribute. I got an email today from the principal of Co-op, and they are, in their next development, they're looking at doing this. This is not going out with a big stick. This is the big, they're going off their own merits and coming forward with solutions. Where's this? Another question to the proponent of to Councillor Posselt. How many dealer principals or landowners of the car dealerships have you spoken to in the last, say, 2 months?
Councillor Posselt.
Lord Mayor, as I understand it, the proponent of the Tony White Group, that enterprise is a $300 million enterprise, and Errol Stewart is one of Tasmania's richest men who owns the rest of them, or the majority of them. I do not have access, unlike the Conservatives at the table, to that type of wealth and that access. I don't get invited to meetings. I don't have the pre-existing relationships that some people around this table have with those property developers.
Through you, Chair, the question was how many, there's a lot of small ones. There's a lot of small, I just need to know a simple question. How many dealer principals or landowners of car dealerships? That's not an answer, sorry. I'll move on, doesn't matter. So, really.
You like, but he's done what he wants to do, which is answer the question.
Another question to Councillor Posselt. Is this motion being a result of the recent sale of the K&D space to Mr White?
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Through you, Chair, as I mentioned in my introduction to the item, this has been on the agenda since Deputy Lord Mayor Prue Bonham's era in the 80s. This is a regular conversation, particularly...
No, sorry.
This is a definite point. Prue Bonham wasn't on council in the 80s.
Alderman,
no, that's incorrect.
It's not a point of order. Sit down, please.
Lord Mayor, I'll take the correction, and if it's 1991, I apologise. The point is still relevant. This has been discussed in the community for 30 years, and the formation of the Yes in My Backyard group advocating for housing in abundance is a sign that these types of conversations are happening out there. This is in response to community feedback directly to me about the future of this city.
I'll sum up now and just say, look, here we go again, trying to control. Extension of 2 minutes, please.
Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour say aye, against say no. Carried unanimously.
We want to control the trees. We want to control what you do for spare bedrooms in your house. We want to control what goes on certain blocks of land. We want to control. You know, this is a half-baked, nothing more than a half-baked, attention-seeking motion that is just a pathetic thought bubble. It pays no respect to the hard-working, humble people who get their hands dirty, cars up on hoists, car salespeople, the managers, those who invest in the land, quietly go about their business. It's an insult to them. And I move that seeing this motion has absolutely, and we've broken the golden rule, no consultation. Here we go again. Collins Street, we better do consultation after the fact. This, which is a huge thing to do, and we've got a lot of business confidence riding on this sort of thing, and all that. You know, business is jittery at the moment, but to roll this hand grenade in, just sort of walk away, to have no conversations with dealers, I guarantee if you send Mr. Stewart an email, he will respond to you. Absolutely guarantee it. Because you don't try, you think, oh, that's reason enough, just need you one to roll in there. It's an insult to those people from the big owners down to the first-year apprentice, to all that section of Hobart society that has been here for a century now. And without the evidence, once again, getting back to the final point, there is no data, the proponent has no statistics, doesn't know how much rates we're paying, hasn't spoken to any of the dealers, big or small, yet rolls this hand grenade in. There's this half-baked thought bubble. I put forward that we defer this motion until we have consulted with the stakeholders, and B, we have some actual statistics that I can sit here and all of my colleagues here can go, oh, that's interesting. I didn't realise that was such a big player or what it is. We're voting on an incredibly important thing here with absolutely not one statistic given to me. So that's my deferral that I'm moving with that.
Okay. Procedural motion seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. So that's deferral to what, Councillor Kelly? Deferral to what?
Consultation.
It goes to a workshop in the first instance with that information, with statistics that we can make an evidence-based conversation on.
Okay.
Workshop.
The workshop.
Yeah.
All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
Aye.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Favour, Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kitsos, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy, and...
All those against?
Against Councillor Dutta, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Lohberger. Carried. In yourself, sorry, it's carried.
That's one, so we will stop debate on this discussion now and take it to a workshop. Okay.
Foreshadow the guys too, doesn't it? You've got a foreshadow.
That deferral.
Oh, that's deferred, but I've got a foreshadow.
You can't if there's no motion.
No.
Sorry.
Foreshadowed is foreshadowing a
Alderman
motion
Zuko,
if it's
just
lost.
No, it wasn't lost.
Well, it was technically lost. It's been moved.
It can come into the workshop if you'd like to talk about it there. Okay, we're moving now to questions without notice. Any questions?
Yes, Lord Mayor. It's a question relating to LED lights, street lights, that shine into people's windows, and how we go about putting blinkers on them or screens on them to stop the shine into windows. That's the question.
You just asked Tasnet Networks, Bill.
Tasnet Networks.
They'll do it for you.
Yeah, okay, but I'd like an answer. What's the process for getting screens or shades put onto LED street lights?
So look, it depends on the circumstance. Like the elected member suggested, you are able to talk to TasNetworks, but in terms of being able to determine whether it's legally required, it's whether an environmental nuisance is occurring, which means that the light is such that it's unreasonably interfering with a person's enjoyment of the environment is the legal phrase. So that comes down to evidence and actually assessing the impact that it might be having on a residence or property.
So just to follow on, street lights in Hobart, are they owned by Hobart or TasNetworks? Collins Street, for example.
Mr. Reeve.
Through you, Mayor, majority of them are actually owned by council. So there was a few years ago there, a lot of the LED lights there was a program there, and Hobart actually took on those ones, but not all street lights. So it's a mixture.
Okay, so part 3. So if it's a Hobart council, if it's the City of Hobart light, who's responsible for putting
on the screen
shade on?
Director.
Through you, Lord Mayor. Generally what would happen is someone actually said, look, we've got a problem with light shining through our window. We ask them to contact us. We can do a bit of an assessment on it there.
Yeah, done all that.
And then we would actually go back to TasNetworks and say, if it's warranted, and say, can you have a look at that and put a glare shield on it.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And just in response to that last question, I've actually done it in Hobart for a resident. I just went straight through TasNetworks, so there's more than one way to get this done. My question is just about the Foo Fighters concert in Launceston and whether Hobart City Council had an opportunity to bid for that concert.
Well, I can say that we weren't aware of it. Obviously, Stadiums Tasmania was the principal proponent for that, so they didn't, and nor did they need to engage with us. But no, certainly the council weren't aware of it and didn't have an ability to be involved.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Regarding the city's Christmas decorations, has there been a council decision or directive or an operational decision made by council staff to remove the word Christmas from the council suite of decorations or from the materials produced for Christmas?
Director Artup.
Through you, Lord Mayor, not that I'm aware of. No.
Councillor Coates, did you have a question?
Oh, yes. Two questions, actually. So the first one is, since the upgrade to the City of Hobart website, and you might have taken on notice, but where would you find information about the UTAS City move?
I'd need to have a look, Lord Mayor, but on the project advocacy page, so I don't think that will have changed. So.
I'll take it on notice just for accuracy, Councillor Coates.
Yeah, cool, thank you. And the second one is, I noticed today when I was walking past that we've taken down the Australian Aboriginal flag. I was just wondering when that happened.
So that was this morning, following protocols in respect of the direction. And again, I'm no expert in this. I'm just relaying what I've been told by our protocol officer, that the national flag flew half-mast today, and it is, so the other flags aren't within its suite of flags or its set of flags, so therefore they don't fly whilst the national flag is at half-mast.
Thank you.
Question for you, Lord Mayor, to the CEO. On matters of flags, at the footer of our official council letterhead emails, we've got flags on the bottom. I note that there's the Aboriginal flag, there's the Torres Strait flag, and there's one other one, I don't know what it really is, in the middle. It's got little, looks like a paw mark off a dog or something, little dots and a big circle thing. My question is, why isn't the Tasmanian or Australian flag on that email that goes out to all and sundry about us as Hobart Council in Tasmania?
I'm not familiar with that. It's not part of our standard template.
I've got one here today, and I've got other ones I can show you at a later time if you want to have a look at them. Okay, that's fine.
Zuko.
Lord Mayor, I've got a number of questions, and no doubt they'll be taken on notice. First question is, how many times has Deputy Lord Mayor acted in the capacity as Acting Lord Mayor since 1st of November 2022? What are the extra costs associated with the Deputy acting as Lord Mayor during that period? How many times have elected members, and including the Lord Mayor, travelled interstate or overseas in that period, paid for by council or paid for by others? Have any HEC staff travelled with any elected member or Lord Mayor on overseas trips, interstate trips, in regards to escorting elected members to events or otherwise, irrespective whether or not they've been paid for by other persons? What are the staffing costs associated with that if staff have escorted either elected members or Lord Mayor on these events, on these trips? I'll no doubt take them on notice and I'll get my answers. Thank you.
Elliott.
Thank you. I asked this question in closed, but I need to do it in open just to make sure it's on the record. What's the status of the police parking in Argyle Street near Monotone Art Printers? What's the status of returning that to public parking? And what information does the council have on flexibility around the road rule relating to parking over your own driveway? So what is it? Basically information on parking your own driveway and if there is any flexibility there. And I meant to bring this up while we were talking about the terrorism attack against Jewish people earlier, but I thought it might have been mentioned. But what letters is the council planning to write and to whom in response to the Bondi attack?
So I think I can just answer that. So I think we have written already to the Mayor and councillors of the Waverley Council, which is the council where it occurred, the Council of Australian Jewry, the Jewish Council of Australia, and the Hebrew Congregation of Hobart.
Yeah. So the Executive Council of Australian Jewry is on the list. Thank you.
To question one, so we're chasing that information and still waiting for that. Number two, we'll have to take that on notice and check with our transport people.
Thank you.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have 4 questions, or possibly 3 questions this afternoon. Can officers update us into the status and condition of the Battery Point Hall roof, and who is the responsible party for replacing or repairing the roof if it needs to be replaced?
Through you, Lord Mayor. The Battery Point Hall Association does have issues with their roof. They've approached us recently looking for funding contribution to repair that roof. It's not a council building, so we're considering that proposal. And depending on once we get a bit more information, we'll probably come back to elected members with a recommendation either way to support that or make a decision whether we do or don't.
Just a supplementary on that, Lord Mayor. Who does own the Battery Point Hall?
Community.
Own it. Oh.
I'm pretty sure the council owns the garden, do we?
Yeah.
Thank you. Recently, Integrity probe has been launched into elected members of Parliament accepting free tickets to events. Will council officers commit to refusing free tickets for elected members as standard part of negotiations? So if every taste, every dark mofo, elected members are offered free tickets, will, in light of the integrity findings, will officers commit to not including those in the negotiation?
I'll have to take that on notice, Lord Mayor.
Yeah, fair enough. Thank you, CEO. And the final question, I raised some time ago the LED signs that are in the Glue window and also the Thirsty Camel bottle shop in West Hobart, which have both been subject to complaints for how bright they are. Are officers going to progress any limitations on lumens candles or light output for LED signs within our city centre, and what approvals were undertaken in order for the St Luke's billboard to illuminate
in our CBD, which for reference is probably about 15 metres high, and it now makes us look like Times Square.
Director Abey?
Take those ones on notice. Thanks, Lord Mayor.
Any other questions? Councillor, well, it's going to be a full house of questions.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
End
Look,
of the year.
my question just relates to South Hobart Oval. It's obviously on the community's mind. I'm just wondering what policy document or strategy we have to support how you would go about negotiating shared use, nothing to do with dogs, between a club that wants to book the Oval and community use.
Question again?
What strategic document or policy or hard evidence do we have to make a decision about how that shared use arrangement is negotiated?
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. In terms of the how, it's a difficult one, to be honest. And again, I think, as I answered to the public questions today, really, that the whole matter will need to be determined through our dog management policy that would include the council's policy moving forward for the grounds, in which case, those types of issues need to be considered. But there's no real firm, approach in terms of how you achieve it. It's as I say, it's an irregular arrangement.
Okay, if there's no further questions, I'll get someone to move the response. Oh, sorry, we should have done that first. So we've got all those questions on notice, but item 19 is to move the answers to questions without notice. Would someone like to move those? Councillor Posselt, second by Councillor Coates. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Get a motion to move into the closed portion of the meeting now, please. Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Harvey. All those in favour say aye.